someone could let Vince in.
Yeah. Megan, you want to let Vince in?
I do not see him.
Okay. Jay, are we ready?
We are ready, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 5:30 and I will call this regular work session of the Burnsville City Council to order. The clerk can note that all city council members are present as soon as council member Workman. He is somewhere waiting virtually to be brought into the main room. But if the clerk can note that he has on the chat said that he was there, he was present, but I think he is right there now. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we're in a season of COVID-19 and we are in a crisis mode. So we have pivoted and become innovative and creative and continuing serving the people of Burnsville. So tonight's meeting, like all of our past meetings since we went into the stay-at-home executive order, are coming to you virtually. All of our city council members and our staff are joining us all electronically. Members of the public may watch this meeting online at burnsvillemn.gov/meeting or Comcast channel 16 or virtually. All of our city council members and our okay, if people can mute until, and you may also speak by joining us at zoom.us/join. More information is available on the meeting website and in the council agenda packet. And so please note that there's an audio delay if you are watching us on TV or online. So if you speak, please mute your video broadcast first. Now, this is a work session and we're very informal and we go directly to the items on our agenda. The first item on our agenda is Boulevard Hardship mowing, and presenting this evening is Jeff Raddick, our Assistant Public Works Director. Good evening, Jeff. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Boulevard hardship mowing is a follow-up from approximately a year ago, where staff was tasked with gathering feedback from affected property owners. Next slide. I thought I'd spend a few slides just reviewing what we do. We have a boulevard mowing crew and median mowing crew. There are 4 types of boulevards. We mow 3 of them. We mow all public boulevards. We mow private boulevards with a public purpose. These are quite often properties that stretch over something like a drainage pond or something like that, where the house is separated from the boulevard. So we mow the private boulevard in that case. We do mow single family residential hardships. We'll get into that. That's the majority of what this conversation is about. And multifamily commercial and industrial properties. They have mowed their own since approximately 2009. So we do not mow any multifamily commercial or industrial boulevards. Next slide. So our definition of a hardship, single family residential property that does not have direct access to their boulevard for maintenance purposes. This is quite often due to a fence without gates, different terrain features that make it hard to access the boulevard. We review each one of these independently. Currently, there's 166 proper boulevards in the program that have residential hardships. Next slide. This is an example of long fences without gates put in, usually by a developer. And then we mow the boulevard in front of there. This one is on South Cross Drive. Next slide. So this one is Nicollet Avenue, where we mow the boulevard and the proper residential properties are 10 to 20 feet below the grade of Nicollet Avenue for where their ground level is. So it's quite difficult for them to get up to the grade, and quite often overgrown with trees, both for slope stabilization and things like that. So we mow all the boulevards along properties like this. Next slide. This is just a little bit of what we consider poor optics. Our residential hardship mowing of boulevards does create some poor optics for us. In the two attached graphics there, we mow everything in the red, and the grayed out properties are the ones that have either a terrain feature or usually a fence that does not allow them access to the boulevard. So we mow behind them. Usually if the next property has access, we do skip the one that has access, and then we go on to another one that doesn't. So it does create some poor optics for us. But the vast majority of what we're doing is trying to save a little bit of time. It does save us time by skipping the hardship or skipping the non-hardship partials. Even though on a singular basis, it probably doesn't appear that we are saving any time. On the mass quantity of doing basically 5 days a week of this for 8 hours a day, it does save us a considerable amount. Next slide. So this gets us back to last May's work session, where council direction was to gather feedback on two options, either end boulevard mowing hardships or continue to mow the residential hardships and charge $125 a year special assessment for that benefit to the property. Next slide. We did probably what's typical public engagement on everything what we do. We developed a website. We did a direct mailing. We had an open house before COVID was a concern, so we did a traditional open house. And since that time, we've been doing both phone and email, kind of going back to traditional lines of communication to hook up with residents that had questions or concerns. Next slide. The results in the website was an embedded online survey. They had the two options laid out for them, and then they had that open comment box. We gathered about 50 responses between the online public survey and between talking in the open house and talking with residents individually. Approximately 1/3 of them prefer option one. They will mow their own boulevard adjacent to their property. About 2/3 would like option two, which is where we charge the $125 annual assessment for the benefit of their property. And approximately 1/2 of the 50 comments provided open comments. And I think next slide, I will theme those for you. What the open comments usually revolved around were physical barriers, getting us as staff to understand the physical barriers, and sometimes the personal barriers they have to get into their back boulevard or side boulevard. Usually these are to mow that. Then the vast majority of them were ownership, control, and benefits in platted properties. The ownership of the boulevard is actually the city's. So they question if they don't have ownership of it, they don't have control of it, what's the benefit to their property? I think that's the largest one. There was also some safety concerns of, usually these are back boulevards or side boulevards that abut a major roadway, so there are safety concerns if they had to mow their own boulevard. And then there was also a few previous interactions with city employees or council members where they were informed that they would never be responsible for mowing the boulevard. Next slide. Mowing boulevards does have some costs. Option one is $15,000 savings. Currently, we mow, and we have employees that do mow on our mowing crew. And if we did not have to mow residential hardships, it would equal about $15,000 with the savings. Option two, if we did charge a special assessment to the benefited properties, it would be 166 properties at $125 a year would be $21,750. That would be reimbursed to the city for that option two. The difference between those two is the savings is straight cost. The option two has administrative fees associated with it to get to do a special assessment. Next slide. That was a quick rundown. I'm available for questions. That was we're looking for direction on option one or option two, or other further discussion.
Councilmember Schultz, your hand is up.
Yes, so if you could go back to the previous slide. And it had the option one savings 15,000, option two 21,700 reimbursed, but is there an additional cost? What is the net on option two?
The net is strictly our administrative cost to run the special assessment. All the mailings that are associated with special assessments, and things like that.
So what would that be?
$6,750.
Okay, so it would be the 6,700 minus the 21. So the net would be that amount. Do I have that correct?
Well, the net would be 6,750.
Okay, so the net would be 6,750. So
Yeah.
option one would be a net gain of 15,000. Option two would be a net gain of 6,750. Or not?
Yeah. I'd say
Yes, Ryan.
Maybe I can try and take a stab at this.
Yeah.
So right now the program costs us approximately $15,000 to mow those boulevards. So if we don't mow them, we would have a savings of $15,000.
So it would be zero.
And then if we mow them and charge them back, the total amount we'd charge to the residents would be $21,750. So I think the program, or as far as cost to the city, would likely be similar either way, because either A, we don't do it and save it, or B, we charge it to the residents to have it done. Does that make sense?
Okay, so just so that I have it clear, so option one means zero, it nets at zero. Option two, that 21,750, so it's about $15,000 to mow and an additional 6,750 to do the administrative work. So that nets to zero as well. So cost-wise, they're both netting at about zero. Do I have that correct? Thank
Yes.
you.
when you look at option one, what happens if they don't mow their lawns? What happens if they don't do the boulevards? Or is there an enforcement issue we're going to be creating here?
Yep, that's what I was just thinking.
Typically, yes, we would be turning complaints we receive over to community development.
Can I follow up, please? So we would have to send our inspectors out for enforcement, the letters, what we do with a lot of different enforcement issues we have.
Yes.
And are there fines involved should they not comply?
Of course.
The ultimate is, Jenny can correct me if I'm wrong, is the final is we mow it for them with a contractor, and then it gets levied to their property taxes.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
And for everyone, if you would go to where it says participants and you raise your hand, I will recognize you. Jenny.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I couldn't see the raise hand button, so I'll look again. Jeff is correct on the code enforcement piece. So we do this right now for residents who aren't in the program where we mow the boulevard. So if they only mow part of their yard, they are responsible for mowing the boulevard. That is in our code. And so if they don't, then the code enforcement process starts.
So everybody, I remember when we went in and we had this hardship mowing, when Mary Sherry raised the issue, if you all remember, and that was really around Parkwood and some of those areas where there is hardship, just like the picture that Jeff showed with County Road 5, where those long fences. And that's the same thing over at Parkwood and several other areas in the city. So refresh my memory again, why we are going through this, because once our residents have something, and that's their expectation, and then we take it away. So I think that's also part of the question that our residents are asking. Refresh my memory. Ryan, Jeff?
It's the poor optics of the situation that we are currently doing that we would like a solution to. I'd say as many residents that like us that we mow their boulevards, there's just as many that dislike us that we pick up the deck when we get to a parcel that has a gate or something along that line. So it's a no-win situation for us.
Madam Mayor, I'll just add, at the May council meeting back in 2019, we did bring forth one option that would have had us basically mow all of the boulevards on our way up to the ones we had to get to. So we would expand the program a bit, and that was not chosen to move forward. So we did bring an option forth that would have had us still mow them without having the odd situation of the lifting of the deck and that kind of thing. But we were directed to not investigate that further.
Okay. I saw Councilmember Workman. Vince, you had your hand up and then you took it down? Oh, your hand is back up. Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate what Ryan had just said, that when this came before us, the issue was that we had our staff mowing some parcels, picking up the deck, and then putting it back down on sometimes the next house over. But Ryan answered that, so.
Yeah, no, I remember that discussion. But when you go back to the original and you start taking things away from people that they have expectations. So the dilemma here is $15,000 of savings. Am I correct in what you're proposing? Jeff or Ryan?
That is correct. I mean, if we continue to do what we currently do, the cost is $15,000 to the city. The only thing, we don't get rid of our bad optics, and we continue to get just as many residents mad at us as happy with us.
So we're going to find a mid-range solution, and the mid-range solution is to charge $125 a year. And wouldn't we still encounter that bad optic?
We would, but at least for residents who are concerned about it, we would say this is a service providing and the residents who are receiving that service are paying for it.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We certainly, we are reporting back what the council asked us to investigate last year. So we're simply looking for your feedback and your direction on what staff has researched based on the council's request.
No, I appreciate the work staff is doing. I'm just asking my colleagues. You know, we're people have certain expectations, and here they are. We've been doing this, and then we'll take it away. And yes, it looks at it. It doesn't address the optics, but we're also creating another situation where if they don't mow, then we're going to be doing code enforcements, which we're doing now with some other areas. So we have to find a solution that continues to make our city vibrant, as our vision speaks to. And so, you know, we have to find a solution here. Dan Gustafson and then Vince.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just think in these times with what's going on, to start adding more cost to our citizens is probably a worse optic than picking up your lawnmower, moving down the street and mowing another part of the boulevard. And also that $15,000 savings, from what I understand, isn't really going to be 15 if we have to start putting enforcement on these, because I've been to those areas, a lot of us have. A lot of those residents are going to have a very difficult time getting out there. I mean, some of them have to go down the street, around the corner, up the street, back, and then go mow their boulevard, and then go back again. I mean, they're going to walk a couple blocks to get to that part of the boulevard. I think while the optics might not be good on the program, at least the program's getting the job done out there right now. I don't know that we want to take that away, and I'm certainly not feeling good about telling so many citizens that we're going to start charging them $125 a year to start mowing that boulevard for them.
Vince?
I just wanted to pick up on a point that Ryan made about how if we implement a $10 a month charge for this, that it would help mitigate, you know, some of the uncomfortable situations that it seems we're running into about neighbors asking, why not me? It kind of solves that issue. And I think that is one of the issues that brought this before us in the first place, was neighbors coming out and asking our staff, you know, why are you doing that house but not my house? That option 2 seems to solve that issue. You know, and I agree with Dan. I mean, tough times are tough right now, but I don't think this is asking a significant amount of money for a service that, you know, I would welcome personally, and I don't speak for 64,000 people, but option 2 to me seems like the reasonable middle ground between getting to a solution and maintaining our roads the way we expect to see them.
Okay, you know, are there any other questions for staff or any comments before I go to the public? We do have some folks who would like to speak. Okay, I'm going to go to Dan Keeley and then Kara. No, I see you.
Before I have a hand up, but it didn't look like you were seeing it.
I see your hand is raised. Dan Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just, I had my hand raised, but it sounded like you were headed another direction. So I just wanted to make sure I was able to comment. I just want to thank staff. They responded to what we had gave them the last time when we talked about this. My personal feelings were that we are mowing people's property and responsibility for free and have for many, many years. That might be great if you're one of those properties, but if I was the rest of the city and I wasn't getting that benefit, to Vince's point, I think we have a problem there. We have an imbalance that just sort of went undetected and maybe unrecognized or wasn't acknowledged. I agree 100% with option 2 because I've never felt like we should be doing it for them. And I think the other point that I'd make that to add on to Vince's point, that will level the playing field as far as if you're not getting mowed, it's because you have access and this person doesn't, but they're paying for it now. And if you want to pay $10 a month, we'll add your property to this program. And we might find people go, you know what, from now on, I'll just mow it myself. I can run my mower around my house and I'll just do it. Fine, we'll take you off the program then. And for those that want to jump on, they can pay to be on. To me, that makes it a fair and equitable playing field. If you want it, you pay $10 a month and you can, your boulevard and that poor access can get mowed. We've just, unfortunately, to your point, Madam Mayor, you're absolutely right. Once we do something for decades for free, nobody wants to give it up, but we were not right in doing it. I think the decision to do that long ago was a bad one because it created this problem that we have been facing today. So I think number 2 fixes it. Thank you.
Okay, Kara?
This might be a little bit about what Councilmember Keeley is talking about, but I'm wondering why there's not a third option. And I don't want to make people pay who are fine with mowing their own and can take care of it. But there are also 2/3 of people who were on board with us mowing and they will pay us. So why not a third option where we just start from 0? Whoever wants it done, they sign up, we do it, they pay. If they don't want it and they wish to mow their own, they don't sign up, they don't pay. That's my suggestion that I put forward is we,
and I think
we make
that
it voluntary.
the second option is if you want to, you're paying for it.
Right, but this would be going back to 0. This would be eliminating hardship, not hardship, all that kind of stuff. We just go to 0. No one is getting it mowed by us unless they ask it and they pay. And it's, but because I also don't want to force everyone that we're going to do the mowing for everyone and we're going to force them to pay when they're like, no, I've got it covered, or I pay the teenager, or whatever their circumstances. So I would like it to be voluntary.
Okay, I'm going to go to Ryan first, and then Vince, and then Dan Gustafson, and then Dan Keeley. So Ryan, you first.
Okay, thank you. We had envisioned this more as an all in or all not type of program. It would, but just thinking it through, if it was sign up, we likely could make that happen. But if you want to go that route, I would request that it be only properties that have a hardship. We don't want to expand past the hardship parcels because we just don't need the extra work, I guess is what I'm saying. And most of them you can easily do. So that'd be my comment on that.
Okay, and then Dan Gustafson, and then I think it was Vince was afterwards, and then back to Dan Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I like the idea of people signing up. By having been in transportation for 30 some years, I'm just wondering the logistics of mapping that out as our people are in the field mowing one house, not mowing another house, mowing one house, not mowing another house, because people opted in and opted out. And how much more time is that gonna take? And how much more effort is that gonna be administratively to make sure we're up to date every month on who we're mowing and who we're not mowing? Just something to think about on that.
And that has, the optics is still there. Okay.
Oh, the optics don't go away.
Yeah. Vince?
Thank you. And Dan, I think that's why we're talking about this in the first place, because we're already doing that, bouncing around, and there's inconsistencies, and that's why this has come up in the first place. I just wanted to relate this back to what I think we're already doing with snow removal on sidewalks in certain neighborhoods, where we're assessing that cost back to property owners when they probably have the ability to do that themselves. So I don't look at this much different than that. In fact, that has probably less of a hardship element than this. And so I just wanted to recall that as being relatable to what I think we're discussing right now. And I would agree with Kara that if there was an opt-in, opt-out, then people would have the choice to participate in the program or not, while also echoing Ryan's point that we keep it to the properties that are already existing hardships.
I think on the snow removal, don't we do all of it? You know, it's not an opt-in or opt-out. We do all of it.
Right, but we assess it to the neighbors, and just saying that to put it into context, that this isn't a new thing that we're doing as a organization.
Okay. Dan Keeley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I do, Ryan brought up a point that I think is important, and it's really part of the qualifying. It's qualified properties, those with a hardship, not everybody, because at $10 a month, we might have a lot of takers saying, I'll sign up, take care of my boulevard for me. So, you know, you're coming through, you're doing a couple others, I'm on the same street, mine's easy to get to, but if you guys are just going to keep on going, I'll pay you $10.
Yeah, yeah. Dan, I think you're frozen. You might need to exit and come back in, or something needs to happen.
So you're working on the qualified. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Now you're not frozen.
So what was the last word you heard?
I'd pay $10 a month.
You were talking about the, you know, the hardship.
Gotcha, jumping in the program. So I think the part of the program is qualify it. It's those properties that we've identified are hardship. And then do you want in, or do you want to do it yourself? So to Councilmember Schultz's point, maybe some of them, as I kind of noted, will say, "No, I'll take care of it. I'll get my mower around there and I'll handle it. I don't want to pay it." And for those that don't have the ability, maybe some elderly folks that don't really have the ability to get their mowers around there, they still mow their lawn, but that hill or that embankment or access to that boulevard is just really, really out of the question. You know, they're going to stay in. They're going to want it mowed by us. So it sort of is a default opt-in or opt-out, right? Maybe they're opted in, and unless they say, no, I'd like out, I'll handle it myself. Thanks for all the years of free mowing, but I'll take care of it now myself.
Okay, Jeff had his hand up, and then Jeff, and then Kara, and back to Ryan. Jeff. You need to unmute, Jeff.
Sorry about that. I was just going to comment on Dan's logistics thing. If we're going to go down this road, we're probably going to need a policy of when they can opt in, when they can opt out. I mean, I got to hire seasonals to do this for us, and you know, I can't have 100 more properties, and I gotta hire more seasonals to do this for us. So I guess staff would be we'd have a policy on when they can opt in, when they can opt out, and then they're in for the year, things like that. So,
yeah, they're committing for the whole season. You know how many properties exist today, correct?
Yeah, 166.
166, right? So that's the most you'll ever have, because those are the ones that are qualified to be in based on their hardship, correct?
Yeah.
And so the only thing that it could go is down. You might have less if some opt out and want to just do their own at that point.
Yes, we would have less, and the savings would be less, but it's a moot point. It's optics. It's not really cost.
Yeah, the optics problem doesn't get solved. Okay, I'm going to move on to Kara and then Ryan. Kara?
Yeah, so my comment is, yeah, it would be for a season. I mean, people can't jump in and out every month. That would be untenable. And then, yeah, they're in for the season or they're out for the season. And I mean, I don't know. I'm not as worried about the optics. That does not concern me as much. So what I do want to hear from staff, though, is if we were to go down that path, how would you prefer this be modeled so that it's not such a PITA for staff?
Well,
And yes, I also see residents are really wanting to speak, so I will and let them go to it.
okay, I go to Ryan. Ryan has his hand up, and you're on deck, and you're unmuted, so that's good.
I was just gonna say, someone talked about the sidewalk snow plowing program. The key difference there is everyone's in, because one of the big reasons we did that was for mobility. So we didn't, if someone doesn't mow their boulevard, it's unsightly, but it doesn't affect mobility for everyone else. So that's part of the reason why everyone's kind of in on that deal. And then I think Jeff would be in agreement with me, but I think we'd agree with Councilmember Solz's plan of you're out until you say you're in, as opposed to you're in until you say you're out. I think that would be better. We probably have fewer numbers of it. And then, like Jeff was saying, if we had a policy you had to be in by December of the year prior, I think we could likely figure that out. And then finally, we are right now with our current program, we do have to go paint sidewalks and this kind of thing to show the people who are doing the mowing which ones you're supposed to mow and which ones they aren't. So we're doing some of that already. That'd be my final comments.
Okay, what I'm going to do is, because we have residents who are waiting to speak, and I'm going to go to them because we need to hear from them. And I believe that Mike Raymond is ready to speak. Am I correct, Megan?
That's correct. He's coming to panelist mode right now. Just one moment.
Okay. Yeah, so Megan, I have Mike Raymond, Daniel Albing, and Brian Kemp, right?
I don't believe Daniel Albing is on the meeting, but Brian Kemp is, and then we have another member of the public who has his hand raised as well, Dan Schlack.
Okay, very good. So, Mr. Mike Raymond.
I'm out here, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Are you on Zoom or are you just calling in?
I'm on Zoom, but for some reason my camera's not showing. I'd be happy to show you, but.
Let's see, did you get your camera to work?
That works.
To start, yeah, so now we can see you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Needed to
to me,
turn your video on. Yeah, very good. Good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, thank you. I want to say first, your line of questioning is encouraging, and I appreciate that. To me, it's a question of ownership. There was a list of the mowing activity that happens, and one of them was private, with hardship, as you state, or public. Public is obviously something the city of Burnsville is responsible for mowing. According to my property records, somebody can easily tell me I'm wrong. I don't own the boulevard that's behind me, behind the fence, 6-foot privacy fence, the length of my yard. I don't even look at it. I can't see it. I'm at the bottom of a cul-de-sac that I would need to go all the way up from Interlochen Lane to Portland to South Cross, down half a block or almost a block. And my neighbor is in the same situation, whose husband just passed away last week. I didn't even know that that was quote unquote adjacent to my property. And I certainly don't own it because there's a sidewalk running there. I don't see how I'm responsible at all for any of it. And if I own it, that's fine. I would be happy to take care of it if it's mine and I own it. If it was a boulevard in front of my house where the upkeep of it added value to my home, then absolutely, I would take care of it. But if the boulevard that's out behind my house gets more use out of people driving by than I have ever used it, it's not mine. It's the city's responsibility to mow it at your cost that I pay for through my taxes. That's my thought.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, because yeah, you make a good point. So I think the next, and you know that Mr. Daniel Albing is ready and on deck, but I'm going to go to Mr. Daniel. Oh yeah, Mr. Albing, you're next.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. You need to,
Okay.
Yeah, now we can see you. You turned on your video.
Okay,
Yeah, well,
yeah, thank you. I want to echo Mike's comments about property ownership and the hard job that we would have to get even to that section of lawn. We'd have to walk 2 blocks over, 1 up, and then 2 back to get to that section. But listening to council members talk about the impetus for the change kind of worried me, because hearing that it's my property, my responsibility, if that's the case, what other options do I have? Can I make that a butterfly garden? Can I pour Roundup on it? Can I gravel over it? You know, if it's my property, my responsibility, then I should be able to change it within the confines of, you know, whatever is possible in the city of Burnsville.
I'm going to go to Jenny. Jenny, what are some of the things that we have in our code that can allow our residents, if the boulevard, they can't get to it, can they turn it into a butterfly garden? Can they turn it into whatever?
Actually, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm going to need some help from our Public Works Director here. This is because it's city right away, there's different regulations on what can and cannot be had with that. So I would say that it's my understanding there would be a range of options of what could happen there. Certainly you can't place structures in the right of way. And we have provisions that allow things like bus benches, lawns. I don't know that our code gets into any detail more than that of what you can or can't do. Do you know anything more, Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, I mean, it's like Jenny said, the number one thing in right of way is you can't place things that would be damaging if someone runs into it. I mean, you get allowed a mailbox, but a mailbox is supposed to be breakaway. It's similar, you know, it's the 8-inch height for grass and that kind of thing. You can have a low garden. Sight lines are important. It may be wise to talk to City Attorney Jamnik on how ownership works, because basically the city acquires right away and operates it, but the underlying property is still really owned by the property owner as opposed to the city. It's kind of a unique mix of how boulevards work. I don't know if Joel would like to describe ownership and right away and that kind of thing.
Mayor and council, I think Ryan just did that. It is a unique mix. It's a hybrid. If you look at property ownership as a bundle of sticks, the metaphor is always that when you have right of way, that the property owner, underlying fee owner, has a residual number of sticks, but the majority of the sticks are the possession of the city that's using it for travel purposes. And so there's a joint interest in many of these properties, and the balance is, in some cases, somewhat uncertain. You can make reasonable use of the property. You can't interfere with the city's right of way. You're subject to our police power ordinance regarding length of grass, structures in those areas, and those types of things. So it is a blend of various rights.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that clarification.
Can I add to my point, or did you have to move on?
No, please do.
So that makes it pretty clear to me that my frustration around this issue has been justified, because if it's the city right away and the city owns the majority of the sticks, then to me, the city needs to take care of it because I have no access to it. I get no benefit from it. And if the city doesn't want to take care of it, which it sounds like council is leaning toward, if the city doesn't want to take care of it, then those sticks fall to me and I can do whatever I want as long as there's no structure and it's not 8 inches high. And then I think, then thinking about from the benefit of the whole city, I don't think everyone in the city wants to see what I would do with 7 inches of clearance on my one little spot there on South Cross that I don't see. It would be, I mean, to me, the benefit to the city is pretty clear that it just is a nice, clean, mowed boulevard. That's all. I'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Albing, for coming in and speaking with us. We have Mr. Brian Kemp. Mr. Kemp, you can sign in.
I want to know what Mr. Albing would do.
Okay.
Flower garden.
Am I in?
Yeah. Let's see. Megan, is Mr. Kemp in?
Trying to get in.
Okay. And then make sure that your video is on and you unmute yourself, please.
Unmute.
There you are.
There.
Yeah, there you are. Hello, good evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to address the issue at hand today. So I do want to say, Madam Mayor, thank you so much for some of the questions that you had posed about the issue. They're incredibly relevant from my perspective. And as a property owner here, I think, you know, I hit 3 of the 4 issues that the residents had raised surrounding what the concerns generally are about this potential change. And that those are, I have a physical barrier. I certainly am concerned or focused on, you know, ownership control and the benefits associated with that. And very, very importantly, safety concerns. I am right along County Road 5 at 155th Street. You know, I don't want to over exaggerate, but I mean, the speed limit there is 45. I would say that's the minimum that people go along there. And it's oftentimes not too much different than 35W. So for me to go out there with my mower or tractor and mow along County Road 5 there represents a significant safety concern. And in fact, I actually took a picture here a couple of weeks ago that one of the signs directly on the boulevard behind my house was rolled over by a vehicle. So clearly people are not maybe safely driving along County Road 5 there, and they do speed quite frequently. So the safety concern is a big deal. I do really want to just reiterate that this original hardship mowing was established for a reason. And I don't think many of those reasons have changed today. I sense that the driving issue behind the work that we're doing here and addressing is about the poor optics. I keep hearing it's about the poor optics. And, you know, those are always regrettable, but I think our lives are filled with poor optics and probably more so at the government level than in private industry or private property ownership. There's always going to be some people who are just unhappy. You can't please them all. So I struggle with the idea that in order to clean up the optics for a few people who complain, essentially my taxes are going up. I mean, this, you know, it does become another form of taxation to receive services from the city that I anticipated were there when I bought the home 10 years ago. Quite frankly, when I bought the home 10 years ago, if somebody said, you have to mow that boulevard right out there on County Road 5 where the speed limit's 45 miles an hour and generally ignored, I'm not so sure I would have made the offer on the home. That's a game changer for me. And I suspect it could be a game changer for somebody who wants to purchase my house in the future, saying that, you know, that's your responsibility. The one way to get rid of it is to actually pay more in taxes to the city, which mine are right now over $8,000 a year. So I feel like I'm being surcharged because there's a few people in the city who are a little bit unhappy that their properties get looked over on the way to cutting some of the hardship properties. So I guess I'll just finish with if somebody's going to make me be responsible for that, I like the idea of one of the gentlemen before me said, what about Roundup? Because that would certainly take care of the problem. May not look the way the city wants it to look, but it would take care of the problem. I'd be safer, and the city can save their money. Maybe just as one last thing, if this is to be implemented under an option 2, which probably seems more likely than option 1, if anything is going to happen, I just don't know that I see a need for the city to upcharge for an administrative fee. You know, it just seems like yet another tax on top of a tax. So
yeah,
I just want to thank you all for your time. I hope my points resonate at some level. It is kind of frustrating to hear that I may have to pay more for the services that I guess I anticipated were simply there when I purchased the home. So thank you.
And thank you for sharing your thoughts and also your comments with regard to the options that were presented this evening.
Okay.
So it appears to me that you would like the program to continue as is.
Very much so, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, and you don't believe that another charge on top of all of that is going to change the optics, and you may pay for it, but someone else may not, and it doesn't have any impact on the optics. So if what I'm hearing you and Mr. Raymond and Mr. Albing said, okay, if it's our property, then we can do anything with it and not obstruct sight lines.
Yes, yes.
So it doesn't have to be groomed. So it still doesn't solve the optics problem, right?
That's correct. That's right.
So everybody's going to do their own thing.
That's what it boils down to. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kemp, for coming in this evening and sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you, council members and Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, members of the council, Councilmember Schultz and then Councilmember Keeley.
I have 2 questions. Could residents deed or donate that strip of property to the city?
That'll go to Mr. Jamnik, our attorney. What happens if, so can you answer that question? Because Kara is saying, what about if the property owners deed those properties over to the city?
If the council wanted to take the underlying fee interest, we would accept it. You'd have to process it as a deed. They can't force the city to take it, but it's like any other real estate transaction. If someone wanted to offer it for sale to the city, the council could evaluate that and agree to take the deed and record it, which would then change the right-of-way easement into a complete fee simple absolute or fee ownership.
Yeah.
Okay, and then second question, which may not be for Mr. Jamnik, but may be for our public works. So can they do a rock garden? Can they do gravel? Can they do naturalizing? Can they?
Yeah.
Is that allowable?
If it's, Jeff can correct me, but if it's not a structure, that could be done. I don't think Roundup is a solution because you're just gonna get something grown back. But we definitely have like rock gardens or that type of garden, you know, low plant gardens with a little streetscape mixed in. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think also we've been doing this for so long that we'd have to review what's in our city code. I'm sure things have changed since that part of the city code has been written on what they can do there. There's low lying, you know, natural prairie now and things like that probably weren't ever considered when that part of the code was written.
True.
Dan K and then Dan G.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know that there are some properties along County Road 11 that back up where they have those large backyards and they go down, and some folks have gotten rid of the grass, put in weed barrier and put rocks underneath the big trees or right down to the sidewalk, so they didn't have to have that maintenance opportunity. I just want to go back, if we could, to clarify that ownership legal issue with Mr. Jamnik. Is it fair to say that the easement, I'm on the Dakota County GIS right now, and I see where the property line is drawn for the plat, and outside of that would be the easement, I would assume. Is the property outside of that, which is, those lines are well inside the sidewalk. So the property that is outside of those black platted lines on each person's property, is that land actually owned currently by the city? Or is that deeded by deed owned by the property owner, even though the plat lines don't necessarily go all the way to the street corner, call it, or the edge of the street?
Mayor and council, the plat lines on the property basically show under the state statute for platting, just chapter 505, the plat lines define the city's road interest, or the counties or the states. The private property owns the area, the private property owner owns that full area outside of that right-of-way marked area as free and clear.
Up to the edge of the road?
Up to the edge of the road, not necessarily where the road is built, but where that black line on the plat is shown on the map. At that point, the city owns a basic easement for right-of-way purposes, or whoever the road authority is, owns an easement over the property. So say in the future, as you know, when we change things for developments and plats, and we vacate easements and vacate roads, then generally speaking, that the properties on either side of that vacated area would own at the midpoint of the road, as a general rule, if the city abandoned that road.
Therefore, to the gentleman, Mr. Schlingen, and the other gentleman that I think he's gone now, to the question of who owns it, because I think there are a couple of comments were made. If the city owns it, then why am I required to maintain it? If I own it, then what can I do with it? The answer to that question is you do own it, and you can do certain things with it outside of structures. If you want to cut down all the weeds and turn it into a rock garden so it has no maintenance, as many property owners around the city have done. If you drive around, you see it, you have the ability to do that. If it's a significant hardship to get to one example, I'm on 155th and County Road 5 on the GIS, and I see where there's some wooded areas that separate a lot of the homes from County Road 5 and their easement and the median. They all look like they're fairly accessible, whether they want to, for safety reasons, to that gentleman's point, on a high-speed road like that, walk right along the street, pushing a mower or riding on a mower that close to high traffic. I certainly can understand that concern, but that property is in fact their property, not the city's. Our easement is for roadway and utility access, but we are not required to maintain their property. We just have because of this hardship. So I'm glad we got that cleared up, because I was always wondering. I thought, to Mr. Jamnik's point, that's what it was, that I owned up to the road edge, but that there was an easement that the city had for access, for utilities, for road expansion, whatever it might be. But it was my property and it was my responsibility to maintain it, period, end. And that's, I think I've spoke from that perspective and that knowledge, and you just affirmed. So I wouldn't change my position at all. I think this is an education for a lot of people. I think a lot of people who are affected by these properties were much like Mr. Schlingen and the other gentleman. They didn't really know if they owned it or not. They figured the city did because the city was mowing it. So apparently I don't own it, they own it. In fact, they do own it. Thank you.
Councilmember Gustafson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Listening to all this, and we're talking about really something that's going to save the city $15,000. And a lot of work can go into a lot of different ways to do this whole thing, or higher taxes for some people, fees if you want to call it that. What is so wrong with just continuing status quo? What is so wrong with just, if there's some people that don't like it, well, there's some people that don't like it. I mean, that's kind of the way it is. I don't see anything wrong with just continue doing what we're doing, unless we're just hell bent on getting rid of some optic that we don't want people to see.
Yeah. So
We want to get rid of the optic, right? We would just be
yeah.
charging those properties who want to get mowed. But still,
Well,
the optics
yeah.
of mowing and lifting and mowing would still be there.
When we had this discussion, and Councilmember Keeley, you were a part of that discussion back then with both Councilmember Sherry and Councilmember Coughlin, when we were looking at these hardship areas. Everybody at that time was unanimous in saying that we will take care of those hardship areas. So now we're looking at saving $15,000, and I look at what's going to be coming up for discussion later on. And, you know, so these are all the kinds of issues with regard to funding that we're going to be addressing. So the thing is, there are people who have hardship, and it was, the definition was hardship, and where we went down that road. So that's where we are, my memory. And it is hard to say to people now, you had this service, but we're taking it away from you. Now there has to be a solution somewhere there. If we're going to take it away from them and it is their property, then they have the right to do what they want to do with it. Mm-hmm. And the other thing that I don't want to see happen is that their code enforcement is now going to be out there, and then they're going to be charged a fee. So, you know, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, if you will. So Vince, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I'm gonna jog my memory a bit, but when this first came to us, the ask was that we, rather than pick up the decks, that we just continue on forward to reduce the inconsistencies. So at one point we were prepared to increase taxes as part of this plan, if that's the concern. And at that time, we didn't want to do that. We wanted to find a different option because picking up and lowering didn't seem like a good fit. And we also didn't want to continue to go to put a financial hardship on, you know, our residents. So I'm just trying to get to the root of what we're seeking right now. Are we seeking to reduce hardship? Are we seeking to reduce taxes? Or are we seeking to give property owners property rights? I don't know what we're after.
Well, council members, this was a direction from council members to staff.
If I recall, it was, at least personally, to clean this up and make it not so sticky as it was, and looking at reducing a tax burden. At least that's where my head was at when we were talking about this initially. I'll leave it there and I guess pick up if anybody else wants to speak. It looks like they do.
I've got Ryan Peterson, then I have Kara Schultz and Dan Keeley.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you. I would say when Jeff and I basically, if you want to call it, took over the Public Works Department, we had three things that we identified that were doing that wasn't good. We had troubles with recycling in the parks. You guys, the city council went and supported that. We do a much better job now. We have the right truck, we have the right equipment. We're taking care of recycling in the parks like we should. Our sidewalk snow plowing, Councilman Gus has been pretty much just slow, but when our plowing of the sidewalks was that bad a couple of those years, you know, we were hearing about it, and rightfully so. So we brought forth a solution. We brought forth a solution to solve that, and then and it's worked out great. We had awesome support to do so. And this was our third leg of the three-legged stool that was things that we had noticed that just didn't seem like it was the right thing that we were doing. So I guess that's, to answer Councilman Workman's question, what's the end game? Why are we talking about this? That at least in our opinion was what we were trying to find a better way of doing things. So all that being said, if the right thing to do is just continue what we're doing for now, I mean, there'd be no objection from us, but that's not what you're saying. But I just heard it brought up a time or two. We can continue on, but we also can do some of the other options that have been thrown out there. Thank you.
Kara?
My thought is whichever pathway we take forward, I don't want to charge people that don't want to be charged. Like what I don't want to do is say we're going to mow everybody and we're just going to charge them whether they want to or not, whether they could mow their own or not. We're just going to do it. That is my least favorite option out of all of them.
Okay. Dan Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is the current proposed plan number 2, it wasn't you have to participate because you're qualified. It's now you are in, but you can opt out, to Councilmember Schill's point. If somebody decides they don't want to pay $10 a month to have something done, that other people who have the same boulevard, maybe some encumbrances, some none at all, but they're all mowing their own. So they're saving the city the 15,000 because they're doing it themselves. These are properties that have a little bit greater challenge, but that doesn't change the ownership responsibility. So if a person who has that encumbrance or that difficulty, but that doesn't mean we're forcing them in the program, correct? We can allow them to opt out and they can handle it themselves, either mow it, put rock in, whatever they want to do, right?
Ryan?
For clarification, what would work for us procedurally would be you opt in, you would be out unless you opted in. I think it'd be much more problematic.
Yeah.
And it's a paperwork nightmare. So what I hear from council is Kara is saying the least option that she likes is charging them. Right now, we're doing it for $15,000. Please, I remember the day right during the recession when we didn't do anything on the medians or boulevards, and they got so overgrown that I went out and picked the weeds with a couple of volunteers from County Road 5 all the way to Parkwood before the fire muster. So the city looked good to our guests coming in. So part of all of that too is that we're looking at all of this, and these, and Ryan, you're correct, it was under Steve's time with us. And it was when we had this discussion, and it was a unanimous vote to take care of those hardship properties. Because Dan, you had a friend that lives on County Road 11, the backyard had a fence and all of that. And we heard from residents along Parkwood, along 5 and all of that. So, that was then. This is not the time for us to be looking at $15,000 and saying, $15,000. I believe back then with the weeds, it was $35,000. And we put it right back in the next budget because it was important for our city to be, to have good visual appeal when people come in, when we say that we want people to look at our city and they say, yeah, it's a great place to live. So what is...
I have my hand up.
Yeah, I see Dan and Kara. So Dan, you are up, and then Kara.
Well, I didn't mention this before, but this has never been about the 15,000 for me. This isn't a cost reduction move. This is righting a wrong. We have 166 properties that have some sort of challenge getting access to their boulevard to maintain it like they maintain the rest of their property. all of the, how many properties we have roughly in the city? Several thousand.
17,000.
17, yes, 17,000 properties, and all but 166 are maintaining their property. I'm a big property rights person. I'm also a big property accountability person. It's your property. It's your responsibility to take care of it. If you have a difficulty getting access to it, then find a solution or sign up with the city and have us mow it. Simple. That's fair. That's fair to the other many thousands of property owners who are taking care of their own property. And much of those, of course, are very easy to access. Get it. But that doesn't, just because of the accessibility is difficult, doesn't waive the property owner's rights and obligations to take care of their own property. I on that principle alone is why I want this changed, because I think it's wrong. What we've been doing is essentially giving out free mowing to 166 properties at the expense of everybody else. The 15,000 is being covered by the whole city, but no one else is getting a benefit but 166 people who have properties that are in situations where it's difficult to get to. Find a solution or pay us to mow it for you. Real simple, straightforward, opt in, stay out, do what you want, put a flower garden in, put rocks in. But this is not the city's responsibility to be maintaining other people's property for free.
Okay, Kara? Kara, you need to unmute.
I wanted to clarify what my thought on this is what I don't want to do is I don't want to expand what we're doing and force new people into this program and say we're going to do everybody and we're going to charge them. I don't want to do that. I do think that I think this should be voluntary. I think if people want the city to maintain that, they can opt into that for a fee. If they want to maintain it themselves in whatever manner that they desire, you know, that's fine for them to do as well. I also understand that there is a feeling of, is this really my property if I can't do anything that I want to it, which I completely understand. Because we have a lot of rules about what people can and can't do with any piece of their property all the time. I'm like talking, you know, where you put your garbage can, down to everything. So we got a lot of rules on what you can do with your property. So, I mean, they do have a point where it's, if you can't do anything you want to your property, do you really own it? Believe me, I'm on board with that argument. I get that. So hopefully that clarifies where I am at with this. As for the $15,000, I think rolling into 2021, and I'm not saying this is the deciding thing on this for me one way or another, but I'm gonna tell you, looking at 2021, $15,000 is gonna matter. We're looking at some interesting times coming up. So I do want our residents to start preparing for that and how that is going to affect city services. So that's my point on that.
Okay, I have Mr. Mike Raymond who wants to speak. And then I believe Mr. Kemp also has some, so I'm going to go to Mr. Mike Raymond first. Mr. Raymond? There you are. Unmute yourself so we can hear you.
There we go.
Or you're unmuted.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm still very confused about the property ownership. Everything I've ever seen on my property, I just went to Zillow and looked at the property lines. There's a clear big white line before the sidewalk. that shows no ownership of that boulevard. And I really do. I challenge each and every one of you. I'll have a social distancing happy hour. Come over here, and if you own this property and you thought you needed to mow that, I would do it. I would do it without any issue. But I guarantee you, to the person, unless you were being dishonest, you would not even know that that was part of my property. And from South Cross, you would have a problem determining whose property that belongs to. I want to be respectful, so I'm going to stop talking now. But this is not even a negotiation in my mind. It's either we're going to charge you, or we're going to fine you for not doing it. Or you can go ahead and put rocks up, but why would I do that? I don't ever see that. I'd be more apt to round up it. I'd be happy to go on my little walk, and while I'm over there, I'd put some Roundup or weed killer down every couple of weeks. I'd rather do that, almost out of spite. And I'm sorry, but I don't own this property, and one of you needs to prove to me that I do. And if you can, then that's a different discussion. But I don't own this property.
Madam Mayor, could we respond to Mr. Raymond? Because Mr. Raymond, you have an unusual property configuration. We have a lot of those in the city. So I totally understand where you're coming from. That's why I wanted to clarify with Mr. Jemnick earlier, who really owns the property. And as he pointed out, if that's your land, right, it runs to the road edge. That line that I believe Zillow is putting on is probably just reflecting the GIS map from Dakota County, which shows the easement lines, because that's very important to know that you can't like put a fence right on the other side of that easement line, or put a structure, right? So it's very important for realty sites to note those lines, because that's kind of that's the farthest your fence can go. If you want to stick a fence in, you can't go over that line. But that doesn't mean you don't own the property all the way to the road. You just can't do certain things on the quote city easement portion of your property. But you've got an unusual one with the way your property backs up to a different street altogether. So I totally understand. It doesn't look like yours. It doesn't feel like yours. It's been mowed all this time. Legally, in fact, you own it. And that's what Mr. Jamnick pointed out earlier.
Okay.
I don't want it. You can have it. You don't even have to pay me for it. You can, Mr. Keeley, you can have it personally. I'll give it to you. What do I have to sign?
I don't want it, but I'm going to drive over by your property and take a look at it.
Okay.
I used to live over in that area, so I'm kind of familiar where your property's at.
Okay, I'm going to go to, I think it's Mr. Raymond. No,
That was me.
Mr. Kemp.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
For chiming in and giving us your opinion and your perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, very valuable. Brian Kemp? Megan, is Mr. Kemp still around? And because it's...
It looks like Daniel Albing would like to speak again. I will promote him to panelist.
Okay, thank you. Bring him in. Hello, Mr. Albing.
Sorry, the app takes a second there to get back in. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to echo your comment earlier about how you went out by yourself, by hand to weed that boulevard area, because to me, like, I definitely understand the legalities of it. I understand that it's my property. If that's what I own it. So I can, like mentioned, I can use it however I want legally. I get all that. But I also think that it's in the city's interest to keep the boulevard looking a certain way, whether that's, by weeding and by mowing and by taking care of the streets and by plowing in the winter and whatever. It's in the city's interest. And South Cross, which is where my property backs up to, it's a very highly trafficked area. And it would be somewhat of a blight for the city if there were, pits of gravel in certain spots and high grass in certain spots and Roundup areas like mine. To me, it serves the city's interest to have that boulevard look decent, and $15,000 seems like a very low price to pay for that.
Thank you, Mr. Albing. Okay.
One other question as well. My wife raises a good point. What is the city doing with that 15,000? If we need to cut 15,000 from the budget for this, where is that going? Because my taxes aren't going to go down, I assume.
Yeah, it's not a budget decision anyway. It's a fair and equitable decision. The budget, for me anyway, the budget is not even a factor in this.
Okay. Very good. So members of the council, I'm going to wrap up this discussion, and what do you want to do? So we understand that Councilmember Keeley says this is a property rights issue, and people need to pay.
I support number 2.
Okay, Vince?
I know that everyone was really worried and wondering what the heck I stood for, but I think number 2.
Well, because it's changed from years ago. You were okay back then. Now it's different today. So, Vince?
I'm echoing a lot of Councilmember Keeley's sentiments, and he said it exactly the way I was thinking it. So I'm also comfortable with number 2.
Kara?
I'm good with number 2, but it voluntary, it's an opt-in, not an opt-out. But I mean, I am curious, and I am open to residents voluntarily deeding that portion of their property over to the city. I understand what they're saying, and I'm fine with that.
Councilmember Dan Gustafson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My desire would be to just continue to do what we've been doing.
For me too. I don't think that I understand property owners' rights, and I'm big on property owners' rights. The thing is, we have been down this road and things have changed. Right, I understand all of that, and we always learn to pivot and make different decisions. We're at a different time, and I think if we come back in a couple of years, if you want to continue to look at this, that might be something. But for me right now, to continue with what we're doing, it's $15,000. There are some other things that are coming up that I understand council members are going to want to look at it in terms of what we do with retail sales and all of that, with what we charge in terms of license and so forth. So, you know, that's property owners. That's also a right of a business owner to pay all of that as well. So difficult times. We're in crisis. I'm in 15 to continue with what we're doing, but I see that we have 3 votes to move to option 2. Yes, Ryan.
Madam Mayor, could I repeat back what I think option 2 is?
Yes, please.
So that would be only hardship parcels would be allowed into the program.
That's right, hardship.
Everyone is out. You have to opt in.
Yeah.
You have, and then we would likely create a date like midwinter or something like that, the date that you would have to decide by. And then we'd bring back a policy that would describe how we go about doing the collection of the fee or the assessment or whatever it is. And so we'd bring something back. I don't know if, I think this would likely.
Next year, Ryan, or are we doing that for this year? Are we charging for this year or next year?
I'm trying to figure out a way to do it this year, but I don't really know that we can. So I think we'd have to start it up in 2021.
Yeah. Okay.
The budget's there for this year. So
well, that's what I was thinking. We already adopted the budget.
We didn't take it out for this year. So.
Okay, because the budget's adopted. We adopted the budget in December of 2019.
Correct.
Okay, I don't see any hands up from the members of the council or our staff. So that's option 2. Option 2 is only hardship properties are in and others opt in. Correct?
No, only hardship properties are qualified to be in, and all of those opt in.
Yeah, that's
They
right.
want to be a
The
part of
others
it.
opt in. The qualifiers are the hardship, and then the others will opt in at $125 a year, $125 annually. Okay, staff, I think you have 3 members going for option 2.
Thank you, Madam. Member of the council, we'll bring a policy back likely on the agenda sometime in the next couple months then.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you,
All
Mayor.
right. Is there, did somebody say that? I don't see a hand up. We're moving on to the second item, and this is the Freeway landfill preferred dig and line option. Presenting is Jenny Faulkner, our Community Development Director, and Kirk Kadelka from the MPCA. He's the Assistant Commissioner. Welcome, Mr. Kadelka, and welcome, Jenny. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'll just get us started here. And before I get into a very brief PowerPoint presentation, I'd like you to know that the MPCA has posted revised plans on their website. Those were not in the packet, so I will be going over the most current plans in the presentation tonight. The public comment period is now open with the deadline of June 12th. We are looking to get your thoughts as we prepare our comment letter for that June 12th deadline. And as you've noted, Madam Mayor, Assistant Commissioner Kirk Kadelka is here, as well as Cliff Shirk from the MPCA's office to answer any questions. Next slide, please. As you know, there are currently, we call them 2 tracks that the MPCA is considering. One is a dig and line option, and the other is a dig and haul option. Under the dig and line option, to date, the MPCA has looked at 3 different alternatives, and what they're trying to do is to get that down to 1 alternative as they go up for bids. So dig and haul will be one bidding option, and one dig and line will be the other bidding option. Next slide, please. So since we last went over the details in February, I think it was, or then last November, the plans have been further refined by the consultants working for the MPCA. So the changes in the plan are kind of premised on the fact that we know more today, or the MPCA does know more about the physical situation out there. They're at 50% design with these 3 models, so that helps. What has changed is there are certain areas in these plans, in these 3 concepts, that will have unexcavated areas of waste, and that's highlighted in pink on those documents if you went to the website. The trash transfer station has a berm that's around it. That's been a requirement of the City Council for screening, so that will be replaced as well. There's also considerations for future right-of-way and bike paths as far as our MRQ planning goes. They've provided for stormwater areas for the dig and line new landfill, and gas areas are provided. Regarding wetland mitigation, that is yet to be determined, kind of depending on which option is chosen here. So that's kind of what's new, what changes have come to date. Next slide. So here's a graphic that shows the 3 different versions. So there's variation A, B, and C. Variation A is the tallest, smallest footprint outlined in red. If you look at this slide, it's kind of, you can see the word variation A there, but it's the smallest footprint outlined with the red line on the right. Variation B is the largest footprint, shortest height. That's the far right blue line that kind of follows the access road. And then variation C is in the middle. That was previously called kind of the hybrid option on the previous plans. And then we'll go to the next slide. And so you'll recall seeing a chart like this that we've talked about in the past in several presentations. So this is the details of those 3 options. So the smallest footprint would be 850 feet tall. And just to note, the current elevation is approximately 750 feet. That would yield approximately 22 acres of developable land. And then we had Ellers give us some numbers on what that valuation would mean to you for your consideration, about a little over $18 million if it's office industrial. At 22 acres, we would envision this to be an office warehouse, office industrial type of use. Then the one that's the largest footprint, the shortest height would yield about 6.4 acres for development. When you take all those other considerations and up to 50% design, you're left with about 6 acres of development with a valuation of 5 million. And then the moderate footprint or the hybrid option yields about a little over 9 acres of developable property and a valuation of about 7.8 million. And then of course the dig and haul, which is kind of the track 2. If everything's taken out of there and we go to the preferred option with the mixed use, high density type development, significant increase in property values of about $733 million. And we have talked about that one before. Next slide. And so the next steps as part of this process is that the MPCA is going to be holding a virtual public informational meeting on the 18th. And information on how to get into that is on their website, on the MPCA's Freeway Landfill website. Public comment period ends on the 12th. Then at some point, MPCA will get entitlement or access to the site, and then they'll go to bid this fall with 2 options, as noted, a dig and haul option and a dig and line option. The goal is for them to have a funding decision by the legislature in 2021. Next slide. So that leaves us with tonight's meeting and getting those comments together as the MPCA moves forward with its process. And so Ryan, Melanie, and myself are the team working with the MPCA on this. And our questions to you this evening would be, is there any additional information you would need that would go into our letter or comment letter to them? Are you willing to name a preferred alternative? If you had to pick one of these, do you have a preference? Do you have opinions about leaving certain areas where the trash is going to stay? What concerns or questions would you have about that? And are there other considerations that the council may have as we prepare our comment letter on this one? So with that, I will stand for any questions. And as we've noted, the folks from MPCA are here, as are my colleagues.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Kudelka, and you can unmute yourself. Thank you for coming in and helping to educate us with what's going on. So members of the council, and Melanie, please refresh my memory. Did we not do a resolution that we prefer dig and haul?
Madam Mayor and Council, indeed, that is your preferred alternative, is dig and haul.
Yeah, what I thought. Members of the council, any other thoughts, or are you still with dig and haul, and do you want a letter? I see Dan Keeley's hand is up. And then I'll go to Kirk Kudelka. I'm going to go to Kirk Kudelka first, Dan, and then to you. Let's hear from Kirk. Mr.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. We are looking for your preference on dig and line.
Oh,
I know that is the City Council's interest, and by far biggest priority would be for dig and haul, and I think that's please include that in the letter. But as we move forward to the legislature, and if there was, for some reason, dig and haul was not selected, we would like to make sure that any dig and line option that moved forward was able to incorporate the city's information. So kind of think of it as your second choice, since I know dig and haul is your first choice.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That clarifies. So you know our first choice, and then this is like, what's your second choice? And then this is when you're going to do the second choice in the dig and line. That's bond money, right? On the dig and line, Mr. Kudelka.
Mayor and City Council members, it would be up to the legislature.
Okay, very good. Dan Keeley and then Kara Schultz.
Well, first, welcome to Kirk, and I want to thank him. I was on the phone with him before a meeting, and he graciously gave me about 45 minutes I grilled him with lots of questions, and he had a lot of answers. I did note to him that I don't think we had changed our position, that we are a dig and haul only preferred option. My only concern with providing any feedback on dig and line options is because they aren't our preferred option. I don't want to give them any credibility by saying, well, okay, if we can't have that, then this is what we're going to have. My position is very, very, very strongly entrenched in the only option that really has any light of day is dig and haul, because, and what's not in these presentations is what is the real choice here. It's not just about here's some acreage and here's some cost and here's et cetera. It's what's left afterwards. And if in that chart in our background, we're talking about 112 acres of potentially acreage of developable property versus 2510 or actually the new numbers, there is no 40, it's like 22 and then down, right? So we're talking, Hulk size differences in this. And the plan that we've all talked about that KMM presented is approaching $1 billion in developable land if we dig and haul. And I don't know what the options here at 20 some acres, et cetera, would translate to, but it's not going to be anywhere near $1 billion. And so the property tax revenues for the state, for the county, for the city are what's at stake here. It's not just the cost on the front end being what it is. And I think the dig and haul low end range is probably still a little higher than what I believe it ultimately will come in, but we'll find out. We'll all find out when bids come in for that. But I really reserve saying I prefer this one over that one, because in a way that's giving credibility to it. And to me, neither of those dig and line options have, because dig and line means instead of a big, beautiful $1 billion development, we're going to have a big, beautiful green hill coming into Burnsville. And I mentioned to Mr. Kudelka on the phone, we could maybe mow Welcome on the one side coming in from Bloomington and come back soon on the northbound side, but we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars of lost developable land with any of those three dig and line. And so from my perspective, I don't want to sound like I'm clicheing the Shark Tank, but for that reason, I'm out. I can't give any recommendation on dig and line, period. And I don't think our council should.
Kara.
I also only support dig and haul. That is it. There is not a single dig and line option that I will support in any way, shape, or form. Councilmember Keeley talked about how that would absolutely rob Burnsville. It would rob our county. It would rob our state of revenue to do that. We are already taking on a burden by having a landfill. That's already our burden. It is unfair to add to our burden to then say, we're going to make this so that you can just never do anything with this. Never have any hint of a thank you for this. A thank you for having these landfills. And I will also point out that this wouldn't just be tax revenue to the city and the county and the state. This would be revenue that would go to the school district. And our school district is hurting. And by going to dig and haul as well, we could start to recoup some of those costs, as can our school district, as can our county, as can the state, much sooner as well. So I think that is going to be of paramount importance coming up. So for that reason, there is only one option that I support, and that is dig and haul.
Okay, Vince Workman.
I'm gonna sound like a parrot here, but I am in agreement with my colleagues that dig and haul is really the only feasible option for me. I would like to know a little bit more about the estimates, the cost estimates of 145 to 235. I did see that there's some information on the public input page that speaks to this. I believe those numbers skew higher than what they'll actually be. I'm hopeful that those will come back lower. The dig and line is not an option for the future of the city, and I can't, in good conscience, say which one I like the best because I like them all the least. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Dan Gustafson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with my colleagues. I think the dig and haul is the only way to go in this. It's amazing what's going on down there. We have 3 private companies who are trying to work together right now to help the whole city solve a problem. And that's nice when that comes together, when you have the public and private working hand in hand on getting that done. I agree we would be giving up lots of good development land, and I don't see another way but the dig and haul. I would like to ask Mr. Kodalko a question though.
Yes, please do.
Would you support dig and haul?
Mr. Kodalka?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council members. The agency is going to put forward the options that are protective of human health and the environment. The difference between dig and haul will be something that will move forward to the legislature and the governor to decide on the various reasons, many of them that you spoke of and others, to make that final decision on which one does move forward. If there are large differences in cost versus not, that will be something the agency will take into consideration. If there's a large difference in cost between the two, such as the worst case scenario on a dig and haul, it would mean less similar properties could be addressed in the state, and that would be of concern to the state. But just a little bit on process, we are looking to put both of them forward to bids. So earlier it was mentioned by one of the city council members, the high cost potentially on dig and haul. And that is because we have to look at it from what we have access to and our ability to travel on the road. And that if there are cost savings or the like, that's the beauty of sending out to the bid before going to the legislature. So we can get the true lowest possible cost for that to go before the legislature and the governor to make those determinations. So we understand that is a broad range. And once that broad range is shrunk, we'll have a better feeling too as an agency on where to go on that.
Madam Mayor, follow up on that.
Okay.
You said there's a cost because you have to travel on the roads, but as I look at the plan put forward down there, that would all be on private property contiguous. We wouldn't have to go on any public roads.
Mayor and city council members, for the dig and haul, if it were to go to another landfill, let's say if it was one close by, there's been talks of some third parties saying that it could be cheaper to go an overland route. But as we put together our estimates, that's not something the state has access to. And so we can't bring that into consideration. Now, that is a cost savings that could be bid and see it realized then. But at this point, that's not something we can estimate.
So can you clarify something for me then? If you can't put it in consideration and these group bid it using the land, do they have to come up with numbers to go on the road even though they don't have to go on the road?
Mayor and city council members, whoever bids can choose however they want to do it. So we'll put out specs for the dig and haul, saying what we need to do to be protective of human health and the environment and what the condition of the site needs to be as it's left afterwards. How they do it in terms of where they're taking the waste to what landfill, what type of trucks they use, what roads they take, that's up to them. But some of the things that have been talked about and the ideas that there might be cost savings are not things that we can propose right now because we can't estimate what those are because they're not something we have an ability to know what that is because they're not tangible things that the agency can estimate.
So you wouldn't prevent them from proposing staying on private property the whole way then?
Mayor and city council members, correct. We would not prevent them to do that. Whatever they come forward is their way to do it. As long as it's protective of human health and the environment and it meets all of our bid specs, we would allow it.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Schleck would like to speak to the council. And Mr. Schleck, you may want to unmute yourself. And are you joining us on Zoom? Megan, can you invite him in?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Can you see me now?
Well, now we can see you. Now we can see you.
Very
Now you
good.
have video and you're unmuted. Good
Uh,
evening, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I think some of you know, but maybe not everybody knows. I represent the owners of Freeway Landfill. And we thought it was important to weigh in tonight to talk with the city about some of the plans that are being put forth for the Freeway site. What's interesting is that many of the council members stole a lot of my thunder already. I think that it just goes to show that the city of Burnsville is well served by its council members with respect to dealing with these kinds of issues. One thing I think that's important to note, and it didn't necessarily come up in the previous discussions, is I think it's important for the council to also think about exactly why this proposal is being put forth by the Pollution Control Agency at all. The Pollution Control Agency has not really documented that there is a problem that needs to be addressed at the Freeway site at this time. There have been 2 previous Superfund remedial investigations, both of which indicate that there are no measurable impacts to the Minnesota River. Current river testing and testing by the owner of the landfill within the last 6 months have also confirmed that there are no impacts to the Minnesota River at this time. I think it's important for the council to note that when this site was originally built, it followed all the requirements that were put forth from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. When the site was operated, it followed all the rules and did everything it was supposed to do. Coming back now, the MPCA, and trying to say that there's some risk to human health and the environment is like telling somebody who drives a 1960s car that the car manufacturer has to upgrade all of the seat belts and safety features. When the car was originally built, it met with all the requirements of the road, but now there's a change. Some of the other issues that come up when addressing the issue of Freeway landfill have to deal with simply a roll of the dice or chance on the location of where this landfill actually was located. The landfill happened to be close to some important transportation arteries and was really convenient to most of the metro at the time that it operated and accepted waste. And I think, as Councilperson Schultz said, I hope I'm remembering this right, but frankly, the metro owes the city of Burnsville a big thank you and a big payback for providing this convenient solid waste disposal over the many years in which the city sent waste to this site. It is unfair now to put additional burden on the city of Burnsville for this, even more so than it had already taken in the past. It's important to understand that some of the decisions of the state of Minnesota have created this problem. With respect to the permitting for groundwater removal in the Kramer Quarry, which has irreversibly changed the flow of groundwater in the area. But for this permitting by the state of Minnesota, this may never have been an issue. And for the state of Minnesota to come back now at this point and say that the city of Burnsville will be left with a giant green mountain instead of developable land is simply unfair and unnecessary, as I'll discuss later. Throughout the operation of the Freeway landfill and ever since its ceasing to accept waste, groundwater has been monitored around the site. And at no time has any of the groundwater testing data ever shown that there's been a release from the landfill that could cause a threat to human health and the environment. MPCA continues to try to evaluate this with modeling as opposed to actual data. Modeling is a unspecific science that can be, to some extent, kind of slanted toward the results that a party is seeking to have the outcomes for. We think that it's also important to understand that the Kramer Quarry has a significant effect on the issues that are being handled at the site, and that in order to address the potential risk that MPCA continues to raise as an issue, as Councilman, all the council people said, you have to address all the entire situation down there, not just the landfill itself. One of the other issues that the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency has raised as an issue is the potential migration of landfill gas from the site. Frankly, with respect to landfill gas, you have a very unique protective situation down there because you have one side of the site that's bordered by the Minnesota River, and you have the other side of the site that's bordered by a highway with redevelopment that does not promote the migration of landfill gas off the site. And in fact, if you read through the MPCA documentation, they say right on their website that during their investigation of vapor intrusion, they have not found any migration into buildings at this point that would cause any kind of hazard to the existing buildings that are near the site. Landfill gas is something that typically, if you talk to experts in the area, and I think if you look on the MPCA website, you'll find documentation that says that a landfill generates large amounts of landfill gas over maybe its first 20 years after it's closed. This site has been closed for over 30 years, and the amount of landfill gas expected to be generated is minimal in the future. I think that if you look at the various proposals that MPCA has put forth with respect to the dig and line options and the dig and haul options, it appears to us that the decision with respect to dig and line was made well before the investigation was even started. And that in some cases, the investigation has been tailored towards dig and line, and the dig and haul option has not been adequately evaluated by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. You can look at the sheer volume of documents on their website and as presented to you all tonight. Why are there 3 options for dig and line and only 1 option for dig and haul? Why are there fancy technical pictures related to dig and line, and then there's a comical cartoon truck associated with dig and haul? This goes to show that the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency had a predetermined or has a predetermined idea of what the remedy for this site should be, inconsistent with the needs of the city of Burnsville, and frankly, inconsistent with the county and the entire area. The PCA talks about protection of human health and the environment. And they have indicated, as Mr. Kadelka did tonight, that they can't necessarily consider economics to achieve the objective. Given the minimal current impacts from this landfill, the need for Burnsville to have economic viability in this area going forward, and the desire by 3 private companies to help the city, it seems that spending somewhere between 100 and they've projected $500 million to leave the city of Burnsville without the ability to recoup some of this is absolutely ridiculous, especially given, as some of the council people said, the impacts associated with the COVID shutdown of the economy right now. There is one of the things that the PCA has talked about is a mandate to try to address this problem for the lowest cost. That's not exactly what the law is. And I think your city attorney will confirm that the law is that you're supposed to address these issues with the lowest responsible cost, not simply the lowest cost. And I think that this has fallen far short in the analysis by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. In all cases, if you look at their proposed remedies, part of the proposal is to leave some of the waste in place or leave it in the location that it's in now. Yes, they talk about lining the site, and yes, they talk about constructing it in a modern way. But at the same time, if you just look at the results, the city of Burnsville is still left with a mountain of garbage. That is not what any of the council people have expressed as a desire for this particular facility. It doesn't seem fair and it doesn't seem right with respect to the city. The other thing that I think has been sorely lacking in the discussion by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agencies are some of the additional risks associated with the dig and line option. In the dig and haul option, garbage would be excavated, put on a truck, and it would go away. With respect to the dig and line option, you have multiple handling of this material at various stages in the process. It has to be dug up, piled up. It has to be spread out in the new facility. And in all those cases, there's an opportunity for airborne release of contaminants. Secondly, the handling part of any kind of remedy, this digging, moving, consolidation, if you look at the cost estimates for the projects are typically one of the most expensive parts. And so the more times you handle this material, the more expensive this is going to be. I think it's interesting that some of the assumptions made with respect to the dig and line options are more favorable towards a lower cost estimate. I also think it's interesting to see that it appears the design has moved forward from the 30% stage to the 50% stage, but yet the cost estimates have stayed the same. That doesn't seem correct to me, and it seems like those cost estimates may need to be updated. As everybody has talked about, there is the loss of potential developable land at the end of this project in a dig and line scenario. However, one of the biggest potential benefits to the city with respect to financial recoupment of costs for the city has not even been addressed, and that is, in a dig and haul situation, there's a significant potential for Kramer to recover additional aggregate from beneath the landfill itself. Once the waste is removed and the cover is removed, mining of the aggregate could take place there, and that could result in additional revenue for the city of Burnsville, again, to try to make up for some of the burden that's been on the city over the last few years. I think that by going with the dig and line option, the city and the state of Minnesota is potentially simply kicking the can down the road for future elected officials in Burnsville to deal with at some time in the future when this new landfill may fail, or there may be new technology to deal with this landfill that requires additional costs. As the council people have identified, and I think that it's important to note, there are private companies out there with other ideas that will provide as much or more protection of human health and the environment than the design being proposed by the city of Burnsville. The owners of Freeway would like to request that the city council pass a resolution directing Freeway, Waste Management, and Kramer to put together an alternative proposal for presentation to the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency that frankly addresses the potential risks associated with the site, and to provide for a dig and haul option of all the material from Freeway landfill, to include a proposal for recovery of the aggregate beneath the existing Freeway landfill, to come up with some type of acceptable manner in which the Burnsville landfill by Waste Management could take this material in, as people have discussed, an on-site dig and haul where you would never have to go on the highway. Fourth, to include some type of implementation of the city's Northwest Quadrant small area planning plan that could result in significant economic recovery for the city of Burnsville. And lastly, to propose some type of host fees or tax that would result in some of the revenues again being recouped by the city. And Freeway would like to ask that the city council consider putting together a resolution that says that. I can take questions right now if people have any, and I plan to submit these comments in writing as well.
Okay. Well, Mr. Schleck, you had covered grounds that we have already been privy to with, we've been at this for probably 20 years, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, so, and we have a resolution that we adopted last year that tells everybody that we prefer the dig and haul. And so that's where that's at. Your request for us to have a letter and perhaps a resolution to the PCA, I think that'll be something that our staff will work on and that we'll take a look at instead of trying to make that decision this evening. I have Kara Schultz who would like to speak, and then Dan Keeley. Kara.
Certainly, thank you. So I have a question actually too for Mr. Kodolka. In your report, will you put forth the city's position on this to the legislature? Will that be included in your report?
Mr. Kodolka, you can just unmute yourself.
Sorry there, a little technical delay on my own end here. So the next step would be coming up with 2 proposals and bringing those forward to the legislature with actual bids and dollar amounts on them. And we will be presenting all the information, whatever any entity's position is. And I think it will be a great opportunity too for the legislature and others to hear directly from the city, whether it's Burnsville, Bloomington, or other interested parties. We can definitely make sure that we have always said that it is the cities in all of our conversations, in all of our conversations with legislators, including the chair of the various committees, that it is the city of Burnsville's preference by far for a dig and haul. And so we've made that clear, and we will continue to do so.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Dan Keeley? Oh, did you have a follow-up? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So when you present that report and you do the cost calculations, will you also be calculating in there the possible tax revenue that could be recouped so that people can see which ones are a net loss and net gain, and at what point, how many years it would take to get to that point, to that net gain or net loss?
Yeah, I would add to that, Kirk, when you're doing that, you know, because people, one of the things is if we do dig and haul, how long of a process is that before you can get to development? So, you know, is it 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years? What is that? So I think that's something that would be useful information. So Dan Keeley.
I believe
my question wasn't answered.
Councilmember Schultz asked Mr. Kodolka a question.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Kirk.
Mayor and committee members, we won't be doing our own tax numbers at all. We would be relying on the cities. We've been working closely with the city to help us get those numbers. We're just not in the best capability to do that. We think actually the city and county would have better numbers, so we're going to rely on those numbers. And we'll include that, forwarding that on.
And what is your estimate? My follow-up question to Kara's is, what's the estimate once we go through the legislative process to get to development with the dig and haul?
Sure. Mayor and committee members, I think there's 2 parts to that. There's one, the logistics and how long it takes in construction. And we've, can estimate anything from 3 to 4 on one end of the spectrum up to possibly 8 years, depending on the project. The other will be funding mechanism too.
Yeah.
If bonding dollars are used, there are restrictions that are put in place as a result of that, versus if other sources of funding would be addressed. Those are all good questions, and a number of things that Mr. Schleck and the city council members and you, Mayor, have brought up are things that will be included in future steps. At this point, we're just trying to narrow down as we move forward and look at these 2 on where to spend the time to develop different cost options and bid processes.
Okay. Dan Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll lower my hand there. One question for Mr. Schleck, or just a comment. I'm looking for, you covered a ton of territory. You covered a lot. I appreciate your comments, a lot of good stuff. I'm anxious to see your resolution, and you can work through the council on that if you'd like. You can reach out to any one of us. We also have the ability to develop resolutions and bring them to staff to polish up to be able to consider as a council. Mr. Kudelka, I gave you a prep earlier, so I want to ask you some of those questions that I asked you earlier, so we can everyone else can be involved in the Q&A and learn from it as I did. So I apologize in advance to be redundant, but I think at the end of the day, I really do truly believe that both the MPCA, the city, the county, the state, the landowner, KMM and Waste Management all want the same thing, and that's clean up the landfill, protect our water supply, and leave a development that can be a phenomenal gateway into our city. And I think you've heard from the council now that it's really, really clear that it's really all about Diggin' Hall, period. To achieve our plan of Diggin' Hall to the shortest possible landfill, which is the Waste Management landfill across KMM's property, we need the MPCA's commitment to move through Waste Management's CON to completion before they are forced to shut down due to capacity. Can you enlighten us on, because these projects, I know we're talking about just the landfill cleanup and these options, but it is so directly connected and dependent. The best possible solutions dependent on Waste Management getting some additional capacity to take this garbage. Can you comment on the CON process and when you believe it'll be open and how long that process will take, to give us a sense of a timeline?
Mayor and City Council members, regarding CON, just one clarifying point, this project would not need CON to move forward. This is something that would just need a permanent expansion and of course then their environmental review to be done. But I understand your point, City Council Member Keeley, about the facility being there to be able to accept waste and your tie there to the certificate of need. So the certificate of need process does have in the solid waste policy plan, the Metro Solid Waste Policy Plan, some things that need to happen first. And the one thing that right now is the remaining piece is that the restriction on disposal is met, which means that the waste energy facilities servicing the metro area are at capacity. And so right now we do that quarterly. We check in with the counties and the waste energy facilities and we're doing that for the first quarter to see what that looks like. We've heard back from some counties on those reports, still waiting on a couple more. And then the other piece is there is a ongoing lawsuit between the state, Waste Management, and then BFI Republic, the Invergrove facility there, which is in court, and we're working on that to bring a resolution to it, and hopefully that will occur soon. So we are moving forward in that regard. I know you didn't ask the specific piece, but it's another key part is before any certificate of need decision can be made, the supplemental environmental impact statement needs to be done. So I just want to quickly talk about that timeline also.
Thank you.
We are continuing to work with Waste Management on that. And there's a couple components they're working on. One that's sent into the agency here. Well, it'll take us a couple months to pull that together and then send that out for public comment. So I know Waste Management is working very hard on those items, and we're anxious to see when those come in and then be able to turn around. So there's a number of moving parts on this.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, sorry, I have a few questions. I apologize, Member. I didn't set that up. I just have a handful of questions that I want to.
Okay, because I have other council members and a staff member who have their hands up. So
Understand. I'll let you know when I'm finished. Thank you. The SEIS, and thank you for touching on that, Mr. Kudelka. That's obviously a part of the process, and we want to make sure, obviously, there's the clock is ticking. As I mentioned, Waste Management, Burnsville Sanitary Landfill has a defined available permitted capacity, which it's not a very long period of time. It's and I think it's now under 2 years, but we don't know what the COVID impact has been on garbage collection and subsequent landfill deposits and how that is affecting that. But do you, I believe the last I heard, maybe I'll ask you that question. Do you know what their projected capacity would terminate? How many months from now or years?
At this point, I don't have an estimate.
I think I'd heard from them at one point. This goes back a while, so I don't know how, but it was under 2 years. So is it may be more like a year and a half maybe at this point, but do you have an idea of whether the SEIS, the CON, and all other steps that have to be followed, is it realistic for us to expect that they can be completed before waste management landfill reaches that capacity point where they would have to then shut down before they're re-permitted to take on more?
Mayor and city council members, I think that's hard to say. I don't know what their current forecast of length of operation. I do know they have rearranged how some of the waste flows into the facility, and whether that has extended the life or not, I don't know. The key dates that'll be driving those regulatory decisions you talked about is a supplemental environmental impact statement, and that's going to once we get the materials in from waste management, it'll take a couple months for the agency to finalize and then send out for a public comment period. I think that's one key set of dates. The other one, and I was able to pull up in between here, you'd ask some more on timelines for CON. When the agency opens it up, it does open it up for 180 days for folks to submit a CON application, and then final decisions are made after that. So the sooner we can open that up, the better. That is dependent on restriction on disposal being met by the landfill servicing the metropolitan area. And so those, do bring out the schedule towards the end of this year, early next year, if things were to, open up, we get the information from waste management or the CON processor to open up. That's a kind of a rough timeline right now.
Thank you. Offhand, do you know approximately how much garbage comes from Hennepin County that currently is deposited into the Burnsville sanitary landfill?
I do not. We have those records, but I just don't have them with me.
Would you be willing to venture a guess that it's fairly substantial, if not the majority of the garbage that goes into Burnsville sanitary landfill actually comes from north of the river?
I don't know, and I would hate to hazard a guess.
Okay. I've been told by some sources that it's a big contributor. It kind of hits on that thank you for the metro area that Councilmember Schultz, Bloomington, who has thankfully offered up support in her background. They've noted that they support Diggin Hall, that they don't want to see a green pyramid on the eastern side of Burnsville, nor the western side, based on their prior position with the expansion of the landfill. But we appreciate our Burnsville neighbors' support in saying that that's probably not a good idea to have a green pyramid in Burnsville right across the river, right next to the highway. So we appreciate their concerns and they've weighed in on it. Excuse me. I believe Councilmember Schultz asked you this, but this gets to those dollar amounts. Will the bids be, I guess maybe I'll rephrase that question. When will the process be put out for bid where we'll have some hard numbers rather than these estimates on each of these options? Preferably Diggin Hall only is the only one we're interested in.
Mayor and city council members, the goal here is to think of this as two sides of a bracket. We've got the side of the bracket already for the Diggin Hall. We have that up on our website, including a diagram just like we do for the Diggin Lines, comparable diagram on our website. We need to finalize what the one moving, or should we say advancing on the other side of the bracket, the Diggin and Line bracket. And then the goal is, with that information, is to start working on bid documents. But we also need to have access to the property to move forward. Without access to the property, it doesn't make sense to go forward with a bid, because bids are only good for so long. So that's something that still needs to be determined. And I know it was mentioned earlier, legislation that's before the legislature if that was not enacted this year, we would likely pause for a year on our activities for this project until that could be completed. So the best case scenario is our hope is to move forward with all those components and be able to have bids in the January timeframe, open up bids, and then have that for the legislative session. It's an aggressive timeline, and but that is what we're looking at right now. Obviously, other things could play a role in it, but we're getting close to being able to put together a bid package.
The information in our background shows some estimated costs. Is that what you're referring to that's on the MPCA website for dig and haul? That the 145 to 235 at the low end and 489 to 795 at the high end? Are those numbers solid? Is to the best engineering guesses or engineering estimates? Is that where those have come from that you referenced? They're on the MPCA website?
So Chair and committee members, in the memo, and that we've got an estimate of 165 through 538 is the most up-to-date numbers. I have my colleague with me here. If he could help Cliff to talk a little bit about what the kind of the plus and minus on those are, because they are still design. But that's our estimate, and the real big differences that drive that are what type of local or state fees are applied to the project. Depending on where things may go, there are shorter travel distances, as you mentioned. And so that's what helps create that spectrum. So if it's okay, Mayor, if I could ask some help from a colleague there just to talk a little bit more on that estimate for the dig and haul.
Okay. Cliff?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members for this opportunity to talk about this. The estimates are, the range is really covering the tipping fees, so the disposal fees that would go along with that waste disposal. So on the low end, there is that assumption that most, if not all of those fees would be waived. On the higher end is the assumption that all of those fees would still apply to the waste at whatever facility it did ultimately end up at. So on the ground of that, the handling of the materials, permitting, everything else that would go into that, it is the same. It's really the range of cost comes from the unknowns as far as those tipping fees go.
Thank you. The 165 number that Mr. Kudelka referenced, that is your low end dig and haul with the assumption that the host fees would be waived.
That's correct.
Can we get a copy of that estimate and the workup? Because that is significantly higher than some numbers that have been discussed going back over the last year. And I just want to make sure that we really understand what goes into that 165 minimum number, because it's dramatically higher than what anything I've seen to date and heard. The smallest footprint and the lowest height options, where they start in the 68 to 80 range, that's the number of what I've been hearing is feasible with a dig and haul across KMM's property into Burnsville Sanitary Landfill with fees waived. So the 165-ish range is really way out there, and I'm curious. I'd like to see exactly where those numbers are coming from. What's the cost for the trucking, the time, the labor, everything? Because boy, that's a Grand Canyon separation between that number that's being presented and what I've seen previous and heard. So I want to make sure that all of these numbers are factual in their engineering estimations, and the numbers I'm seeing now on this document for dig and line seem to have shrunk a little bit on the low end, and the dig and haul seem to be going up. So I'd like to understand why they're migrating in opposite directions. Could we get a hot copy of that full report? Is that something that's publicly available?
Yeah, and Jenny is saying that. So Dan, are there other questions so that I can move on? There are other folks who also want to speak.
I know that I've been occupying Mr. Kudelka for a long time, and I even had the benefit of the time on the phone. Thank you very much, Mr. Kudelka. I appreciate your answers, your frank and honest and giving me your opinion wherever you can. There's a couple of the questions that I think we can address later that I don't want to take up any more time. But thank you so much. This has been a very, very informative and useful meeting tonight as we get obviously our fingers deeper and hands around this project a little bit more. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Vince Workman.
Thank you. Mr. Kudelka, if you can just simplify the timeline for me a little bit better. Assuming that the plan for Diggin Hall is to bring it across KMM and over to BSLI, the CON process is not done, but the bids are anticipated to be received by January of 2021. So there's some overlap there. Is that going to be a concern for the Diggin Hall option? And I know you can't put your eggs in that basket because it's got to go to bid, but let's assume that that is the option. Are those two timelines going to interfere with each other?
Mayor and city council members, I think the bigger time thing would not be CON to look at. CON would not be needed for this project. It would be if they had the permitted space. So there would be the supplemental EIS date, when that's done and when their permit could come in to take that waste if the company is interested in doing so, waste management. Just on the bid pieces, we would have a bid come in January. The legislature, we wouldn't expect. The earliest they would give us a funding decision would be end of May, the traditional end of the legislative session, and the money would be available probably July 1st. So there's additional time beyond that too before we could move forward. And then, on how that's framed up in terms of the works being done, I think Cliff could say if there's other things that would need to be done before we started actually moving waste across to any facility.
Okay, and if I may ask one more follow-up question.
Okay.
On the public input website, it does say that the MPCA intends to present the options to the legislature at the beginning of 2021. I'm assuming with bids in hand. When can we expect to see an RFP with the specifics for private companies that would like to bid on the Diggin Hall option?
Mayor and city council members, the goal would be to give them, and I could turn this over to Cliff some more on the timing, but again, for the bids to go out too, we also have to have some type of agreement and acknowledgement that we'll be able to actually do the work on the property, whether that's a binding agreement with the property owner, which we've reached out to have conversations with them again, or the other options that are granted to the MPCA by the legislature, if those need to take up. So there is the possibility we may need to pause if we cannot come to an agreement with a landfill owner, and if the legislation that previously mentioned was not enacted this session. So that would throw off part of the schedule. And Mayor, if I could pass it over to Cliff to just talk about a little bit on what the RFP, when it would come out, how long it would be open. I know he's been doing some of that thinking already on that.
Okay, Cliff?
Thank you, Mayor. We would probably, for a project of this size, we would target a 60-day bidding window. So to have that ready, bids due January 1st, that would push that RFP to be released right around the first part of November. And then based on those results, it would depend on the contractors bidding, how long they would be willing to hold that price. Typically we build in 30 to 60 days to hold that price. Oftentimes contractors are willing to hold that for longer, and especially on a project of this magnitude, I think there would be some flexibility there.
Okay.
So November is our key, assuming PCA can gain access to the property and come to an agreement with the property owner. and the stars align, November would be the beginning of the RFP process, should there be one.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Jenny.
Just a couple follow-ups from a couple of questions ago.
I know.
You had asked Madam Mayor about the timing of development and when development could happen. In the PowerPoint and in these revised numbers on the dig and haul, it's 3 to 5 years. I think Kirk said plus or minus a couple there. But also I just wanted to throw in there, if there is an opportunity to mine the rock, I believe that had been previously told to us, it could be a couple decades of mining. So development.
Waste management, what KMM wants to do.
So if that happens, I just want folks to know it would be much longer than just removing the waste. There's the mining opportunity. Also, just want everyone to know there are revised numbers on the NPCA website. So what is in your packet is old information. It was updated as of Friday. So the cost numbers have been updated. I will send that PDF of the bar report out to you. It was in the link that Melanie sent out to you yesterday. But if you want a PDF, I'm happy to share that. So that's all I have.
Okay, and Commissioner Workman wants to speak. Commissioner, welcome in. Megan, can you move her into the main room, please? And then Commissioner Workman, do you please turn on your video and unmute?
Okay, I'm not muted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Well, right now, that's a good thing.
Because I know you've been on Zoom meetings with us.
Well, you know what I look like. Oh, okay, here. Happy?
Yes.
Okay, there you are.
You look
All right.
fine.
I just wanted to answer, first of all, and thank you for allowing me to this opportunity to speak. To Councilmember Keeley's question about how much waste comes into Dakota County, 80% of the waste that comes to our landfills is not generated by Dakota County. So there's that one. And then I just had a question for Mr. Kudelka, and maybe something to clarify. Dakota County has there are two active landfills in the metropolitan area, and they both just happen to be in Dakota County. And I thought I heard you say that if this was a dig and haul opportunity, that the waste would not necessarily go to BSLI. Did I hear you correctly, Mr. Kudelka?
Mr. Kudelka?
Mayor and city council members, it would go to whoever has the bid. So there may be multiple third parties that bid. And again, I want to talk in generalities and third party and not create any, we're not working with any one party over the other, just to make sure that it's an open and
thank you. Okay, because
process.
My next statement was going to be that Pine Bend has limited airspace, and I believe it's less than what is at BSLI, and I don't believe they would have the capacity to take the waste from Freeway. That's assuming they even wanted to take the waste from Freeway. So that was my statement on that. And then I know I beat you over the head with this constantly, and this is one more opportunity for me to do that, Mr. Kudelka. But to me, the certificate of need goes hand in hand with removing the waste from Freeway landfill. I know you disagree with me, but every time I hear you try to separate the two, I'm going to be right behind you trying to put the two back together. So that was just my statement to you, sir, is that it's my humble opinion that the two go hand in hand and should never, ever be separated. And that is all I have to say right now, Madam Mayor, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak. And I'm shutting my camera off right now.
Well, thank you for joining us. I'm going to go to Mr. Kudelka and then Kara.
Mayor and city council members, I appreciate the conversation here, and I understand and respect the city's position not to necessarily pick a dig in line option. I understand that, and that's the position. I do want to maybe throw out one other thing, and maybe it doesn't work either, but I just want to throw it out there. Would there be certain things that if the agency, when it's making its decision on a dig and line, that might be more important to the city without taking an option on one of them? So we, for instance, there are real differences in the size of the landfill and how big it would be over its, I think about a 60 to 55 foot difference between the two different dig and line options. So if that's a high priority, or the amount of developable space, those kind of things, I think would be, maybe that's a way that city could determine its comments without actually saying one or the other dig and line. Just an option I wanted to throw out there.
Okay, thank you. Kara?
So I'll answer his question first, and then I will give my comment. No, there is not. Dig and line in any way, shape, or form is utterly, absolutely, 100% unacceptable. A comment I wanted to make about if there is rock mining that goes on underneath, when, hopefully, we do dig and haul, we have already heard from the mining company that one thing that they would look at doing, and this would be at their expense, and this was so that we could develop earlier, is they would look at removing all the rock from the area, moving it back, storing it, rather than just removing and grinding right on that particular site. And they said if they were able to do that, we would be able to develop within, I believe, 2 to 3 years is what was
Okay,
relayed
you're
to us.
going on and off, Kara. Sometimes we can't hear you.
Okay, let me see if this helps just a little bit.
Better.
Okay, so the mining company said that if they were to mine underneath that piece of property, they would pull all the rock out, pull it back, and store it, and then grind it up for their purposes, rather than pull a little bit, grind, pull a little bit, grind. And if they did that, that piece of property would be able to be developed within a couple years, 2 to 3, and not looking at decades. So that is a possibility. Just throwing that out there, that is information that we have been presented before.
Okay, very good. Let's see. I have Dan Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Kadalka, just so I understand you, because I want to make sure that we're very clear on this. Could you rephrase your previous question to the council about maybe looking at it in a different way?
Mayor and city council members, yes, at the end of the day, the agency does need to make a decision here. And I understand that ultimately that dig and haul is the interest of the city. It's just as we go about making our decision, it would be good to know what are some things that are most important to the city in terms of, in simple terms, a smaller hill versus a larger hill, or more developable space over less, what things you would like to prioritize. I think that would maybe be helpful for us as we go about and have to make the decision. Again, I fully understand and respect the city's decision that dig and haul is the first option. It's just that I would hate for the MPCA, or if the legislature decided to fund a dig and line, that the option picks may end up being the one that the city might least like if that worst case scenario in your perception is selected. And that's all. It is your choice. I just was trying to think of another way to do it that might relieve some of your concerns.
Well, from my perspective, we've been given 4 options, 3 versions of really the same thing. So it kind of comes down to 2 options. One option has a slight different variation, but it's really just 2 options. And I believe we've made our choice. The option of dig and haul is the choice of the city and of the county. And that negates those other three as even being on the table from our standpoint.
Okay. Let's see. I think Mr. Schleck, you had your hand up. Did you took it down? So, okay. So, members of the council, I think we answered the questions that Jenny had presented to us. And Kirk, what's another option? And we have already passed a resolution with the preference that we have. So that's where that's at. And I know that Kirk, you want to know whether but there doesn't seem to be an appetite. As you see, it's all about development. What is developable land for us moving to the future? So that's where we're at with all of that. It's always about development and how quickly we can get to it. So this is the option with Diggin Hall that we think that we can get at a return in terms of economic development. So is there anything else, Jenny and Melanie, that you need from us?
No, Madam Mayor, we have the direction for the comments to send to the MPCA, or the comment, I'll say, to put in the letter. So we're clear.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much, everybody, for your input. Thank you for being with us, Kirk and Cliff. We really appreciate your time with us this evening. And Dan Schleck, good to see you again. It's been a long time. You go in and out with Mike, and sometimes you're there, sometimes you're not. So, but it's good to see you. You're back. Okay. Members of the council, I have gotten a request for a 10-minute break. Jay, you're going to let us know when we need to get back. I see that our time is 8:06 right now, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. See you in 10 minutes.
Mr. Peterson? Hello.
Councilmember Keely.
Megan, are we off the air audio wise, or are we still live?
You are still live. So
You're
we
still
are
live.
muting everyone for the recess time.
Thank you.
Still
Mr.
live.
Peterson, can I call you on your office line? Are you at your office or on your cell?
I'm at my office. Yeah,
Okay, I'll give you a quick call.
sounds good.
5 minutes. Three minutes. Two minutes.
The host has stopped my video for me. Huh, Megan, you cut me off. The host has asked you to start your video. Thank you. Madam Mayor, I went into Ficus and Fig and bought some Abdallah chocolate covered graham crackers because I wanted to give her some business. And I just saw the Care 11 coverage of the Burnsville Touch of Country and Ficus and Fig covering their opening. Lots of cities doing resolutions to recognize the constitutional right to open their businesses back up. And tomorrow's announcement better be good news, or there's going to be a lot more of that going on. 30 seconds. Better open this up now.
And Councilmember Keely, we're on the air. It is now 8:16. And I'll reconvene our work session. Let's see, we're missing Councilmember Gustafson.
Sorry, I forgot to start my camera.
Okay. And now the next item is item number 3. And this is the COVID-19 response. Consider prorating certain business license fees. And Melanie, this is your item.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Can we put the PowerPoint on? Thank you, Ken. So before you tonight, Madam Mayor and Council, we would like to discuss with you some business license fees and prorating those. Next slide, please. When COVID-19 was first realized and we were making some operational changes early in March, we restructured our liquor license payment program to have a payment plan, recognizing the impact that the virus was having, although not understanding, the longer term impacts. So next slide, please. So as we think about the renewals, for which liquor license, tobacco, and massage all have mid-year renewals, it is staff's thought that we should consider some sort of a prorated component to these licenses. And so what you have before you is the on-sale liquor license financial impact, I'll call it. This is on sale only. Off sale has been able to be full operation during the governor's executive order. So you will see with the table before you, if there is a 1 month waiver of fees, there's about a $22,000 impact between on sale and wine. For a 2 month, that would be about $45,000. And for 3 months waived, it would be about $68,000 lost revenue for the city, but recognizing the impact of the closure on our business community. Next slide. When we think about our massage license, that impact is different. We have fewer and the numbers are less. So if we were to waive 1/4 of those fees, that impact would be about $6,600 for those massage enterprise and massage therapist licenses. Next slide, please. And for tobacco licenses, there are 8 licenses in the city. The impact of a waiver for those would be $853. So next slide, please. So with that, as presented before the council, if we were to look at a 1/4 worth of prorating license fees, that would impact about a $75,000 revenue decline for the 2020 year. Happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for our city manager, Melanie? I have Dan Keeley. Dan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been thinking quite a bit about these license fees that are hitting our on-sale liquor, most specifically. The bars and restaurants that have been shut down and still don't have any idea when they're going to be able to open back up. This has hammered them just worse than any other industry. I mean, it's hurt a lot of industries, but unfortunately, salons, theaters have been disproportionately hurt because unlike the Walmart or the grocery store or the hardware store or many other winners and losers that were picked by the governor with these executive orders, they have been a loser continually over and over again. I think my preference would be to do more than just the 1 or 2 or 3 months. And at the very least, I think we have to consider waiving fees for every month that they had to close and couldn't even generate any revenue. I can't imagine us charging them a dime of license fees for a day or a week or a month that they were unable to open because of an executive order. But I'd like to go a little further. I think they have suffered more than any other business. And we also have to keep in mind that all the states that have allowed restaurants and bars to reopen have only done so at about 25 to 50% capacity. And that business model does not support that. The ones that have opened up have, they're basically opening up to lose more money because their margins in that business model doesn't support 50% capacity in their dining rooms. And so even when they're given a green light to reopen, they're going to be so restricted that they're going to be financially harmed until such time that they can get back to 100% capacity. And then even then, they have to have people willing to come out and go sit in the right and fill it up, which we don't even know the answer to that. So I'm going to be very bold with this proposal. It's a word that we like to use now because it's part of our byline of our city. I'm going to propose that we waive all remaining fees for the bar restaurant on sale liquor licenses for 2020, fully recognizing that that idea has a significant cost in lost revenue to the city. I certainly am open to other ideas, but I think that's how bad the situation is for those specific businesses. And because this license is so expensive, the liquor specifically, the beer wine is not as much, but the liquor is an extraordinarily expensive license. And these businesses are extraordinarily being hurt in 2020 because of COVID, to no fault of their own. And we are no different. And when it comes back to that lost revenue, honestly, we're like any other business. We're going to have to cut. We're going to have to cut costs. We're going to have to find ways to save money because we're already getting hurt by it, just like every business out there is being hurt by it, unless you're in grocery and mass merchandise and hardware and a few others. But so I'd like to open up the discussion. I really believe that's the right thing to do for our Burnsville liquor, on sale liquor license holders. But thank you for entertaining my idea.
Okay, Vince, your hand was up and then it's down. Do you want to speak or not?
I do. I just want to chew on Councilmember Keeley's proposal for a minute. I'm not ready to speak to that quite yet. Or I can, but if somebody else would like to speak first.
Well, I'm going back to Melanie, and you can think about what your thoughts are about this item. Melanie?
But thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. From a point of context, the liquor licenses are a mid-year renewal. So it's a July 1st through June 30th. Yeah. So I just want to be clear with what Councilmember Keeley's proposal is. Is it for a not charging the license fees for the month of June through December, or is it going back to March? I just want to make sure we're clear on what the expectation is or what the proposal is for discussion.
In my mind, the idea was waive them for the current cycle, which would actually go, there's the 2020 fees that they pay that carries them into the next year. So yeah, it's a 12-month remaining fees is what is in my head. When I said to the remaining of 2020, I apologize because I can see where that would lead someone to believe that it's just maybe through fees applied toward to the end of December. But if there was 6 months of fees left, then if they had an $8,100 invoice, that they would essentially be paying $4,050 for the first 6 months of 2021. I'm suggesting that we waive it entirely, except for what they've paid to get the process started.
You had presented two thoughts. One was to waive the fees for the days that they have not been in operation.
That's the proposal that we're looking at from staff.
Yeah.
I'm taking it quite a bit further and saying.
And you want to say that we waive the fees to the end of June?
waive the fees for the rest of the year. Any outstanding owed, let's say they paid $500
We're a
to
fiscal
their,
year with that. We're a fiscal year with the fees. So we renew in June,
yes,
June to June 30th. So,
yeah.
okay,
So the fees that I'll use my example. If I was an $8,100 liquor license holder and I paid $500 to get the process started, I would have a balance due of $7,600. I'm saying waive that. And next June, they would, or July 1st, whatever, they would then be looking at the 2021 fees if we change them, but they would be looking at paying $8,100 for the then coming 12-month cycle.
Dan Gustafson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I get this right, Dan. You want to carry this to next year, so you're talking about a $275,000 reduction in revenue to the city?
Less the amount that they've paid, but yes, it's a very large amount. It's about a quarter.
They haven't paid it yet because it's not due until July. So it would be 275,000 we take out of the budget on this.
In theory, yes, that would be the most. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So the other point of clarification is that on the tobacco license, reduction is only for those that were not allowed to be open. Gas stations and grocery stores were allowed to be open and they sell tobacco.
Right.
So are you going to waive them as well?
No, I'm only speaking about the liquor, the on-sale liquor licenses.
You're only speaking of the on-sale liquor license for the restaurants.
My proposal is specific to the restaurants on-sale liquor license holders.
Okay.
Restaurants and bars.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up or any other. So one of the things that we have to think about is that we're coming up to budgets. And I'm going to commend our staff, Melanie and the staff, in being very judicious about what we're doing and the expenses that we have incurred with regard to this crisis. And then we have to look to the 2021 budget. And I would say that at this point, what staff is proposing is fair and just to the restaurants and our bars. We're waiving the fees for the times that they have been out of business. So as I looked over all of what staff has done, it appears to me, and I agree with them, that what they are proposing is fair and just. And we've got a lot of work to do with the budget. And that's coming up next month. And that's going to be a lot of work. $15,000 for mowing, Kara said was a big, it's a big thing. So this is $75,000 that we're prorating. So I commend staff for the work that they've done. I've got some hands up now. I'm going to Vince first.
Thank you. And I would also like to commend staff that this is before us because this is a good thing. This is a good idea. And I commend Councilmember Keeley's even more aggressive approach to this because these businesses are suffering. And if we have the ability to help, we should. One option I'd like to look at is it too much to ask to review this, quarterly? Because we don't know where we're going to be in 2 weeks. Oops. I don't know why my video turned off. I don't know where we're going to be in 2 weeks from now. I don't know where we're going to be a month from now. If we're going to be back to business in October with modified safety precautions and those things, it's hard to know definitively where we'll be by June next year. So it's an aggressive ask based on a lot of unknowns. but I do like that. I would like to keep our foot on the gas to be conscious of this, but maybe figure out a way to review it as progression is made at the state and federal levels.
Okay, Kara?
If it's not too much to ask.
Well, it's a thought on the table for discussion, Vince. Kara?
I would also like to look at this quarter by quarter. I support the present proposal to do this first quarter and then to look at this quarterly. Reason being, we can't collect for something that isn't possible. If they're not able to open, then why is there even a license for that? So I don't feel right that we're collecting for something that isn't even possible. I do want to look at this quarter by quarter because I mean, you look at Europe and they're like, look at us, we got everything under control because we're freaking awesome. And yeah, okay, they're starting to roll back into lockdowns again. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. You know, as of present, our governor has said he will not put a date on restaurants and bars and you know, other types of shops and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, these businesses, they can't even plan, and is also not ruling out that we will have rolling lockdowns, and this is something that could last for the next couple years. So everything is very uncertain. So yes, quarterly, I would like to look at this quarterly. I support this present proposal by staff, and I thank them, and I totally understand what Councilmember Keeley is saying. Totally get that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Joel, then Dan Gustafson, and Dan Keeley.
Hey.
Mayor and council, the only concern I have of looking forward on your license fees is the unintended consequence. We have 45 applications. If the council doesn't have fees going forward, I think we'd have many more prospective businesses seeking a new license. I would endorse the observation for the council to look at this and judge it based on what the city's administrative and enforcement cost has been looking back. And if we haven't incurred the cost of oversight and enforcement and administration, it does make sense to do the rebate or the remittance on the existing licensees. But as Councilmember Schultz indicated, we don't know what it's going to look like going forward and what that percentage should be in anticipation of that. And I'm concerned that you're setting a potential unlevel playing field for new applications and new establishments rather than the incumbent establishments. And so I would endorse the staff recommendation to look backward and the council's observation to keep staff giving you quarterly reports. I kind of a look back and see what our expenses has been, and then rebate or remit the fees proportionate to those expenditures.
Okay, and that's great. I think when I listened to you and also staff's report, it considers all of that. So Dan Gustafson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can support the quarterly as well. Also, I don't know if we can do this or not, but maybe fees aren't even payable till we know they can open. We can start processing their licenses so that they're ready to go. When they're told they can open, then their fees become due at that time. But we do it on a quarterly basis and kind of, if we're going to backdate a little bit, they're going to have a little credit there anyway. So it's, I think we could work that through.
Yeah, it's reasonable. Kara and then Dan K.
You just keep pushing me to the bottom, Madam Mayor.
I'm just looking at the hands that are up.
I've had my hand up before Jan Gustafson put his up or Kara put hers back up, and you still keep putting me at the end of the list. That's fine.
He can have the floor.
Why are you penalizing me?
But you, Kara,
you put me in the corner.
And Kay?
I yield the floor to Councilmember Keeley.
Okay, Councilmember Keeley, I'll go to you and then back to Kara.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I could wait. It didn't matter. I just wondered why you
You
kept
have the
putting me at
floor.
the bottom of the list. Like, anybody else want to jump in front? I want to, and I like that idea of a quarterly review, but no payments due. I mean, these people are closed. They don't have money to write a check. So part of the reason that I'm picking on helping this group of on sale liquor license and not others, how many businesses do we require an $8,100 annual license for them to do their business? We have thousands of businesses in the city, but we don't require $8,000 licenses from anyone except liquor license. This is the one situation where the business that's been forced to close has this huge fee for a license to do that business with the city. We have some that much smaller fees. I think that tobacco, the massage, I don't have quite the concern for those, but I'm happy to include them into this process. I'm just very concerned about our restaurants and bars who have a huge tab, pardon the pun, for a license to be able to do business, but we don't do that with all these other businesses. And so this is why I'm focusing it on that discussion. And they are the last ones to probably get the right to open by the executive order by the governor. And even if they get it, they may be reduced to 25% capacity. And we've addressed that with our idea and Melanie's executive order dated May 8th, when the governor does allow them to open. Now they can maybe get some of that capacity that's taken out inside. They can go outside and recover some of that, but they're still not going to get to 100%. And so it's not going to be easy for them to open their doors and a week later at 25 or even 50% capacity to write a check for $8,000 or even $4,000. It's serious. And so let's get serious about trying to give them some help. I'm fine as long as they're not having to pay anything. We'll review it each quarter. And when they're open and they're able to do business, maybe we need to reduce it because their seating has been reduced. If your revenues are cut by 75% or 50%, then why would we charge them a full license fee when they can't even do a full business? So all of those factors come into play with these licenses and on sale liquor license holders and their businesses.
Melanie?
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. I think Councilmember Workman had his hand up before I did.
Well,
I'm happy to.
It was, and then he went away. So
Oh.
Tara took her hand down.
Just
too.
messing with the mayor. Go ahead, Melanie, go ahead.
His hand was up and then it went away. I have my hands up thing right in the front. So Melanie, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. We certainly are in unprecedented times. So I think we are very aware of the impact on our business community. We are trying to put in place some parameters that recognize the hardship that our businesses are going through. From a point of context, I think our liquor licenses have been designed to be comparable with our market cities under our fee philosophy, which explains why they are where they are. And they also, typically liquor license fees are higher than massage or tobacco licenses because there are generally more resources that are allocated to those. So just from a point of context there, as we work through the council's recommendation, we'll just want to make sure we're very clear about what the expectations are. So happy to stand for any further questions. I do see more hands up.
Okay. Thank you. Vince?
Thank you. I wanted to ask Joel about a point Councilmember Keeley made. It's interesting to me about, is it possible to modify a license on a percentage of occupancy or, risk factor? I'm kind of looking at this in my insurance lens. Is that legal? And if it is that something that there's grounds to do given the circumstances?
Mayor and council, on a look back basis, I think you can certainly base a rebate on any of those factors. Just again, one of the concerns about unintended consequences are predicting the future. If we look at moving some of the stuff from inside the building out into parking areas and patios, the nuisance or overflow conditions might be different in our enforcement. And going forward, it's hard to anticipate exactly what that would be. It's always easier to look back, and hindsight's a lot better than a perspective view on these things. And that's why I think your idea of doing a quarterly look and adjusting based on your experience makes a great deal of sense to me.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Madam Mayor, for Mr. Jamnik?
Sure.
I like what you're stating. Sorry, I like what you're, I didn't see any other hands up, so I jumped in because I've got everybody up.
Sure.
The quarterly look back for a rebate, would that be the business may not be paying until the end of the quarter, do a look back, rebate against or a credit against an amount due, and then say, okay, here's your net due? So they're sort of paying after the quarter is over?
I mean, we generally do a annual fee basis. The statute does provide some flexibility for partial payments. Given the emergency, I think that's one of the aspects of the declaration that allows us to deviate from our norm to set something like that up.
Thank you. I think that's a good idea.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Currently, with regards to the payment plan that we implemented in March for our liquor licenses, when we had to start thinking about renewals, we had a minimal amount for the application to be processed, as we did not know when they may be able to reopen. There is another timeline that we established at the end of June for another payment, and then a third payment at the end of September. So we would typically collect that entire amount, I believe, we would typically do it at time of renewal, and so we've phased that out.
Yeah.
We would suggest we continue to do that.
Yeah, because your spreadsheet.
Sorry, that's not what we're suggesting here.
Well, no, the spreadsheet looks at one and the times that the restaurant has been closed, whether it's 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. But then we're saying that we're also going to continue to evaluate on a quarterly basis. Joel, is that a quarterly basis? So what staff is proposing here is 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months. So it's however many months they've been shut down.
And respecting when they open up.
Yeah.
They open up with 25% capacity. I'm not going to vote to say, here's your next $4,000 payment against your full license when you've got 25% capacity. The proposal as it stands, to City Manager Melanie Lee's point, I'm saying throw that out. That doesn't work. We're not going to send $4,000 invoices on June 30th to businesses, even if they got open the week before. I like Mr. Jamnik's idea of a quarterly review. We're not going to require any more payment from them. When they get open at the end of that quarter, we'll do a look back, see what, et cetera, and then send them a bill. But I think that bill has to be adjusted down based on their capacity. I mean, we can't charge 100% license for 25% seating or 50% seating. I don't think that's fair to the business. I would never do that to any business.
I'm going to go to Melanie. I see Jenny's hand is up too. And Dan, is your hand still up, or do you want to remove your hand? Okay, I'm going to go to Melanie and then Jenny.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I kept my hand up. I meant to put that down, so we can go to Ms. Faulkner now.
Okay, Jenny?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I just want to let you know, maybe this will be helpful, but we did have a request. I think it came up during last year's budget review time from a business to prorate the liquor fees based on the sales volume. And so information was provided at that time, and I don't believe you chose to take that up, but it was based on the amount of sales, and we had researched what other cities do. So I just throw that out there as another option for you to revisit.
Well, that's something that gets at the point of, what is the capacity and the sale, the capacity that restaurant or bar can seat, and what is their sale. Those are some things, those factors can be considered as we look at the cost of their license.
That's great, Jenny. I do, now that you say that, I remember that. That's
Pardon me?
fantastic. Now it fits, right? It's a solution that fits the circumstances where it wasn't really deemed needed before.
Well, it's reasonable to take a look at all these things in a way that how it impacts them. Okay, Melanie, Joel, and Jenny, do you have direction? Is it clear or unclear?
Well, Madam Mayor, I want to be certain because we did begin the renewal process. And so we have been collecting fees, again, without knowing when any of the orders may change or when restaurants may be able to sell alcohol. So I just want to be clear that I'm understanding the council's direction. I believe I heard that we want to do a 3-month look back period for which fees would not be charged, and we would refund those fees back to those on sale liquor licenses, currently licensed liquor licenses. And I believe I heard the council wants to review this on a quarterly basis.
Yes.
And the third component that I think I'm unclear about is whether between when we have renewal coming up in July 1st, are we charging anything of our licensees to have a new license, to have their license renewed, or is that going to be something that we would look back and retroactively charge the licenses?
What I heard is that we have a look back and that they can be rebated.
For the 3-month look back, we will do that indeed.
That's what I understood. And then let's see, Dan, I'm seeing your hand was up before Vince's. So.
Oh, thank you. Go, Vince, go.
Go ahead.
Well, the discussion is, and I get how it's, the years. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager Lee, were the fees that carried a business through June 30th of this year paid last year in July?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. So we would look, I would say we would take that license amount, council member, if we're going to do a look back, and we would just do it on monthly prorated.
Yep. So that wasn't actually part of what I was proposing. And here's why. I'm also looking at it from the cash flow of a business. We're not necessarily trying to give back money we collected a year ago. We're trying to avoid or delay or reduce any monies that they're going to pay going forward. Because it puts the, now legally, technically, that we may have to do the look back and give them the credit and a rebate simply because that's the way it has to happen. But my idea was the go forward costs would be delayed and reduced, or they've paid 500 or 100 so far. My suggestion was don't charge any more for the rest of this next 12-month cycle. The idea of going a quarterly look, totally understand, because we don't know. Maybe it'll bounce back and become, and by December they'll have 100% capacity and business back to normal. Then they won't need that relief. But until then, they would. So I like that quarterly review. I think we're just talking about how do we execute on this? Do we do the look back and then going forward, we just wait, right? And then assess based on, to Jenny's point, maybe we look at putting in place that based on percentage sales. I'm open to all those, but I just wanted to make the point that I wasn't really thinking in this idea that we would go backward and give them a rebate on something that they actually costed out of their business a year ago. It's not pertinent anymore. It's really today. And then maybe the next 6 months is what's important. But however it has to be done from a legal standpoint, I'll get out of that discussion because it'll have to be that way if that's the case.
Okay, Vince?
So that kind of touches on what my question is the plan to collect the the license in June and then quarterly prorate it back to them? Or is it to waive the license fee and then prorate the collection of it later down the road? And if that's something that needs to be discussed on a staff level, I'm fine with that, but that's, I think, where my last point of confusion is coming in. Collect and give back, or waive and then retroactively collect. Because I believe that the license fee needs to be paid in full. There's no financing on those.
I'm going, Dan Gustafson had his hand up first, but I'm going to go to Melanie, Dan, if you don't mind, because I think Melanie wants to answer that Vince's question. Melanie? You have to unmute.
Unmute.
Unmute, Melanie.
I can hear myself fine.
We're all going to be professional mouth readers by the time this is all over.
I understood what you said. I got it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Go work for the CIA.
So we have chosen, Councilmember Workman, to phase it out into 3 payment plans for the 2020 into 2021 license.
Okay.
Okay, so that fee, if that fee remains as is, it would be $8,100 collected over a longer window of time. The look back would be an acknowledgement of, almost irrespective of when they paid the fees, they were unable to be open through no fault of their own through the pandemic. And so they would get a refund of, 1 month, 2 month. It sounds like the council's landing on a 3-month look back for that. But we would continue. We still do need to license our liquor license holders. Right now, we have no provision for capacity. Liquor licenses aren't issued on that. But to Jenny's point, we could reconsider how that liquor license is calculated, if it was based on sales or something else. But at this point, it's a flat dollar. If you have an on-sale license, it's X dollar amount, and that's the fee that would be charged. We're trying to figure out a way to help soften that for those licenses that have been impacted. And any of these it's simply lost revenue to the city. These are not considered as COVID-related expenses. They would not be eligible for any reimbursement at this point. So it would just be lost revenue to the city. So we understand that, and that's why we brought the proposal forward on a quarterly basis.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Dan Gustafson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do like the plan of stretching the license fees out. As we've been going through this whole discussion, I was thinking of the look back, instead of a refund, maybe use it more as a credit toward their license fees going forward. So when they initially start paying, they don't have that out-of-pocket money right away. It gives everyone a chance to kind of get on their feet and kind of get business going and going from there. So that's why I kind of like this look back thing, because we can give them a credit to kind of stretch it out a little bit better for them, and just to get them off the ground to begin with.
Yeah.
Great idea, Dan.
Yeah, I think that's really great, and it's reasonable and also kind and compassionate, that's so. Melanie and Joel and Jenny, is it clear? Okay, all right. Hey, we're moving right along. Okay.
Madam
Very
Mayor, could I just ask that once that plan is, because that was a fairly complicated discussion, that plan is put in to document form, can we?
Oh,
get a
it
copy
comes
of that
back
so we-
to us. It comes back to us for us to review before it's adopted.
It probably needs to come back to us fairly quickly, I would assume, because the clock is ticking. And
yeah.
So when the city manager, Lee, when do you think that would come back to us formally and informally?
Madam Mayor and Council, I think we can pull it together relatively quickly for you. So perhaps as soon as next week's council meeting, at the very latest, the June 2nd meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're going to item number 4,
Madam Mayor, if I may make a point of clarification, I know it wasn't mentioned much, but the other license, the 25% reduction is okay?
It's okay.
Everybody was
Nobody's had
okay with
any
that?
problems with that. It's only the restaurants and bars.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't forgotten. Thank you.
Talk
No,
about massage and tobacco.
Restaurants and bars. Okay. We are at item number 4. And this is the COVID-19 response enforcement of the governor's executive order related to essential business. Our police chief, Tanya Schwartz, and our community development director, Jenny Faulkner, are presenting. There you are. Good evening. Hello, Chief.
Hi, Chief.
Hi.
Okay. Who's going first? Jenny?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Tanya and I did work on the background and the PowerPoint, but to keep things moving quickly, I'm just going to run through the PowerPoint and then Tanya will stand for probably the majority of your questions. So with that, this is a follow-up from a previous discussion that we had where we had talked about our current enforcement process of the executive orders. We are operating on a complaint-based system. What happens is our patrol sergeant personally goes out and investigates. We seek voluntary compliance, and then we document that response, and then code enforcement is notified for tracking in our record system. We did survey adjacent cities and then some, and what we found is that most cities are enforcing through their police department with some community development involvement. And to date, our complaints have been on 20 different businesses. There have been none in the past couple of weeks since we started to put this together, and we have not issued any citations. There's a range of options that we can consider when we look at enforcing the executive order. We've got a complaint-based approach, which is the kinder, gentler approach of enforcement. And then we have a proactive approach, which is a step up from that, I would say. So right now we are on the complaint-based, and there's a range of options within that. So we could do something by sending out an educational letter as opposed to an in-person visit. That letter could come from a code enforcement staff, could come from police, could come from the city attorney. We could do an in-person visit with code enforcement staff or with a police sergeant or police staff like we're doing now. That's our current practice. The next step is, if we get continued complaints, would be to issue a citation, or we could take adverse license action, which would be the highest level of enforcement. Oh, thank you. Next slide. Oh, back. There we go. Sorry about that. And then similarly on the proactive approach, we could do a letter, we could do in-person visits, and then the citation and adverse license action. An adverse license action would be like on a massage, alcohol, tobacco, those that we have licenses for. Next slide, please. So some considerations as we look at where we want to land on the enforcement continuum. We do the executive order seeks voluntary compliance, and that is what staff has been doing. We have a lot of discretion in how we enforce it and discretion in which staff enforces it. Interesting thing of note, our officers are covered by the COVID-19 workman's comp and our other staff are not. So there's extra protections that are given for them when they're interacting and enforcing the EO. We believe the EOs are easing restrictions and hopefully that will continue with tomorrow. And with that, we believe that there's fewer complaints actually than what we've had. Like I said, we haven't had any in a couple of weeks. And as workplaces open, those enforcement issues are enforced by OSHA and Department of Labor and Industry, not the city. Next slide. So, I guess we're done on that. So sorry, I'm pulling up my PowerPoint, not the one that was submitted here. So this is up for council discussion. If there's any additional information that you need, if you're supportive of the approach, questions for Tanya, Melanie, or I, or Joel. And there was a letter that was provided in the background to send to the governor. If that's some action that you'd like to take as well.
Yeah, I really like the letter. Any questions for staff?
Tanya, did I miss anything?
Nope, you covered it. Thank you.
Yeah, members of the council, if you haven't seen the letter is in our background to the governor. And it's a draft letter and all of us will sign it. And it goes and it is to implore upon the governor to open up. So Vince?
Thank you, and thank you, Jenny, for the background and the presentation. I did read the letter, and happy to see that we've put that together. So from what I've seen of it, I like it. Just as a point of clarification for the conversation, up to this point, our process has been reactionary, complaint-based, and then sending our police out to educate and obtain voluntary compliance. What we're being asked is, do we want to stay the course or do we want to change to something different? Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm comfortable maintaining complaint-based and then modifying down to an educational letter as we continue to see the restrictions being lifted. I don't know that our PD going out to businesses is necessary as things continue to open back up.
Okay. Dan Gustafson?
I like the background on this. I like the course we're on. It's takes into consideration our businesses and our residents, and I think we're doing things in a very thoughtful way. And thank you, Chief, for what you guys are doing out there, because I think it's working for us.
Okay. Kara?
I would like to note that just this evening, several communities have not just sent a letter, but they have adopted a resolution, and it is a resolution stating that as far as they are concerned, their businesses can open all on their own. So I do want to put that out there, that there is, as of tonight, a shift in how some cities are starting to approach this. I will also say that in the upcoming weeks and months and years, we need our businesses to be partners, which means we need to treat them as partners. And they're the ones who are experts in how to, in their business, their customers, how they operate, what safety protocols they could try out. We're going to want them to be unleashing their creativity and innovation. We want them to be testing out what works and does not work. We want that information then to be able to be shared by other businesses so that some really good best practices can be developed. And right now, we, meaning all levels, are hampering that development from happening. We are hampering that partnership from happening. And I think we're the worst for it. We're not going to be safer for it. We're going to be less safe for it. I also think it's up to residents and customers. They're going to be the ones that decide if a place really is safe. Do they feel comfortable? Do they feel that this is somewhere they want to go? And they're going to decide when as well, because it doesn't matter when something's open or closed legally. If people don't feel comfortable and don't feel that they can trust how that business is operating, they're not going to go there. They won't go there. And you can tell them it's safe all you want, and you can say that they've gone by, these regulations which have been passed down and imposed on them. But if people don't feel safe, they don't feel that there's really good best practices in place, they're not gonna go into those places, whether it's stores or restaurants or, whatever that is. And I really wish that we were treating our businesses as partners, and that we were working hand in hand with them on what they can do during reopening, getting feedback constantly from them on what's working for their employees. How do their employees feel about this? Do their employees feel that this is a good direction that they're going on this particular practice, or are they wanting something else? And same with the customers, and having that feedback happening constantly, because this isn't going to be that things reopen and then poof, everything's done. That's not how things are going to go down. And I think we're missing out, and I think as a state we've been making a mistake. I think we have been hampering and not listening to and not involving, and not just hearing feedback. I mean, not involving in real time and having things test out the very people who could be coming up with the absolute best, most safest solutions. As far as how enforcement goes, if something is backed, whether you use it or not, if something is backed with a threat that is either an arrest, pulling a license, a fine, that is not voluntary compliance, and that is not education. I absolutely think our police force is amazing. I do not think that they're jerks about this at all. But I also don't want us to use language to hide what is actually happening and what people are experiencing and have experienced. It's a warning. It's a verbal warning. That's what it is. And when we have closed a business, that is a seizing of property. And a seizing of property doesn't mean that you have taken it and removed it away and taken it to another location. That is a constitutional taking, and that is what we're doing. And that is what we are taking part in. And I get that the intentions are really great, but I also don't want to hide from that language either, because that's what we're engaged in. And as far as businesses who have had a complaint against them and they were spoken to, that is, people can see it in the background, but I think it's important that people know. It was Michael's. It was the Burnsville Tobacco Shop. It was Petco. It was Dreamy Lashes. It was Red Oak Park Pickleball Area. It was Diane's Candles. Nicollet Tobacco and Vaping. Tobacco e-cig Plus. It was Infinite Vapor. Michael's again. I'm not sure what the hate was for Michael's, but they got it a few times. It was the State Sisters Touch a Home. It was Stour Jewelry. It was a group home. It was a construction crew that was on a group home. Michael's again. It was Hobby Lobby. Diane's Candles. Batting Cages. It was the Cleaning Authority. It was Abdullah Candies. It was Mary, Mother of the Church, Confessions. It was the Bubble Barn Car Wash. It was the Cleaning Authority, the Modern Sportsman, Bollywood Glamour, Burnsville Smoke Shop, and the Ridgeview Basketball Court Townhomes. And I think it's important that that we acknowledge that those were businesses and non-businesses, being the church, that that people wanted closed for various reasons. And whether it was right or not doesn't matter. And whether they had to close or they were fine to stay open also doesn't matter. But I think it's important that we look at this and we acknowledge it. And we also start to think about how we as a community build trust with one another and come together and start working together and working in a partnership. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted this item first on a roundtable and now on a work session, because this is not over anytime soon. And this is an all hands on deck situation. And yet we're sidelining some of our best hands. So that is my comments on this.
Anyone else? Okay. Councilmember Keeley.
Thank you. Sorry, I think I thought you were just going around. I didn't realize they had their hand up. Nothing has changed in my position from the last time we discussed this. I do not believe we need to bring our highly talented and needed in other areas police force involved in the enforcement of this. I think a visit with a flyer dropped off is all we need. I do believe that, and you know, it's funny, the list that you read off, Councilmember Schultz, you think of those places and then you compare that to the grocery store. Really, how ridiculous and absurd. And I said it earlier, the governor's executive order has picked winners and losers, and that's against the Constitution. And the people are now, and cities are now, and businesses are now rising up saying enough is enough. You cannot allow that person to be open because they're large and me to be closed. I carry the same products. That is unconstitutional. And the governor's executive order, he may think he's got the power to do it, and for a period of time he may have, but he needed to apply his powers in more equitable and fair manners, and he didn't. He has literally picked winners and losers, and there are still losers being, picked out there. And they're rising up and opening their store because they're fed up with the unfair act of this governor and this state with these executive orders. So, I'm as frustrated as they are because I've, as all of us have probably gotten calls from them. They're desperate. And there is a certain amount of individual accountability that we have to expect from everybody. And to me, individual accountability is not a government program. It's not a snitch line. It's the personal behavior and choices of every individual person. And if they're not comfortable going into a business that has reopened, don't go in. But this whole rat out your neighbor and rat out these businesses has created an environment that is destroying the fabric of this country, the trust that we all have for one another. However, that trust comes back 100% when they walk into the grocery store. Doesn't seem to be any problem there. Germs being passed and touched all day long by thousands of people. No problem has emerged, but boy, that little individual store, they'd better stay closed. This has just reached absurdity, and I think we need to take up that resolution discussion ourselves, because I, for one, have had enough of what has been going on, and I am supporting the businesses who are standing up saying, before I permanently close and you ruin my life, I'm going to open up and do business, just like all the stores that you let open up all along or have opened up since. So fortunately, I think tomorrow we're going to hear from the governor. He's probably going to open up these small customer-facing stores. Hallelujah. But he's not going to open everybody up, and he's probably going to extend the shelter in place longer, which is going to hurt our bars and restaurants even more, and salons and many other businesses. So we're not out of the woods yet, but I'm glad that the staff has proposed this letter strongly suggesting that he let every business open with their preparedness plan, with their PPE if necessary. It's all there. We know how to sterilize our environment. more than ever before. And by the way, just a quick side note, for the last many, many years, everybody will remember going to a golf outing, and one of the gifts in the golf bag was always like a hand sanitizer, until excessive hand sanitization was interfering with our body's natural ability to fight off bacteria and viruses. We were removing our built-in body's biological system for how it defends itself. And so they banned them. You notice they suddenly started disappearing, and they were required to use different solutions, and they had to have less alcohol because it was killing off too many of the good bacteria along with the bad, and it caused a different type of reaction in our society and body. So, and now, oh my God, now everybody has to have hand sanitizer on 10 times a day. So there's a lot at play here that I think is important for all of us to remember. Back to the original question, I just do not want our PD involved in these enforcements. I really don't. I think a flyer dropped off is all that's necessary. And I hope that the opening of these small customer-facing businesses will relieve some of this snitch pressure or this issue, because it'll then leave only bowling alleys, movie theaters, salons, bars, and restaurants. They're going to be the last bastion for the most part. And I think there's a few other odd businesses in there, unusual, large gathering type of businesses. But fortunately, we'll at least have allowed everyone else to open with all of these steps in place. And I hope we're past this whole snitch phase, because it's disgusting, absolutely disgusting. Thank you.
Okay. Council members. So what I'm hearing is that drop off the letter and because our PD is involved in checking in. Joel and Tanya, the oath of office that our officers take, I'm just want to make sure that we are complying and making sure that our officers, they take an oath of office that says that they will protect, that they will uphold the Constitution of the state of Minnesota and the laws of the state of Minnesota and of Burnsville and the Constitution of the US. Would they be in violation of their oath if a complaint came in and it's directed to Jenny's staff to execute?
Mayor and council, if we have different levels of assignment, and having something delegated or assigned to a particular department wouldn't violate the oath of office. If we turned a blind eye and decided to take a stated position not to enforce the speed laws within the city, we probably would be alleged to engage in misconduct. And that is one of the things that the League of Cities recently advised cities about regarding some of these things. And as far as presumptions go, the legislature itself and the city council, basically in all of our legislative enactments, indicate to everybody that the intention of the legislature, that the does not intend to violate the Constitution of the United States or of this state. So we presume all city council actions and ordinance are constitutional and legal, and we presume the same of all the state legislations. If a court of jurisdiction in the state of Minnesota or in the federal side says it is unconstitutional, we certainly will abide by that order. But we don't serve as judges of what you do or what the legislature does. We enforce and administer the laws as they're written to the best of our ability.
Yeah. Okay. Because, we are a caring city. And so I agree that our businesses are our partners. Our residents are our partners. We serve at their pleasure. And so we're continuing to move forward. And so I understand, Jenny, from your report that in some cities, the inspectors or code enforcers. And there's and in your presentation that a letter is sent. Correct?
Madam Mayor, that's correct. It's very few cities are led by community development, but they are involved in some way, shape, or form.
Okay. So what I'm hearing from the council is that let's be gentler. And perhaps when we do get a complaint, that a letter is sent. What does that do for you, Chief? And or when you're working with your sergeants, does that just, when a complaint comes into police, does it go then to Jenny's department? Or does a letter come from you?
Well, I think we would want some direction from you on that. It certainly can come from community development. That was in the options. We would just want to understand what the council's, what the messaging would be from police. So when we do receive those complaints as a 24/7 operation, what messaging do we want to have? That would be something to consider.
So members of the council, I hear a gentler response to our businesses as we move forward. But at the same time, I don't want our officers to negate the oath of office that they took, just like we don't want to negate the oath of office that we took. So Jenny, do you want to put up the options that you had up? Oh, unmute yourself, Jenny.
Sorry, I'll have to ask the TV folks to do that. There we go. Thank you.
Here's the range of options. So
Yes.
it's on a complaint basis rather than a proactive. So
Right.
we want to stay with the complaint base. And so it's the education letter.
Correct. And we can have code enforcement sign the letter. That would be the kindest approach, I guess I would say.
Yeah, because it's either coming from code enforcement or the police or the city attorney. And
right.
Yeah. And probably the code enforcement might be the more gentler, kinder method. Council, do you agree with that? I think we're coming to the end of the this.
Few of us have had our hands up, so.
Yeah, Kara.
I'll go, although Vince was ahead of me, but
I don't see Vince's hand up.
I think
Put
he
it down
pulled it.
again. Jenny answered
Pull
my.
it down again, Vince. Yeah, you're messing with me. Pull it up, take it down. Pull it up, take it down.
My questions keep getting answered, so I put it back down. Jenny answered my question. I wanted to affirm that these were being mailed and who was signing them, and Jenny answered my question. So
Yeah, because that's what she had up on her slide. Okay.
I just wanted to confirm it, so thank you.
Okay. Kara, are you good? Did you
So,
ask also?
yeah, so letter by code enforcement. I do want to see the letter before that goes out, if that is okay, from our city manager.
Yeah.
That the letter is mailed. But yeah, I would like to see that.
Well, Melanie can send it out on her updates, which is not a weekly update. Sometimes it's 3 updates in a week.
Right. Also, I know that we are doing, in conjunction with the chamber, we are doing calls with our business community.
Yeah.
And it would be fantastic during those calls if we were to find out what our business is doing, what are they testing out, what are they going to try, what would they like to try, you know, getting into those types of conversations. What are the concerns that their employees have to feel comfortable to come back to work? If there is any way that we can start to facilitate this conversation and this more active partnership, I would love for that to happen.
Yeah, you know, Kara, I was thinking while we were having this discussion, perhaps the chamber can put out a survey to the small business, and there could be 3 or 4 or 5 questions, and then we can get a very good idea of how the businesses are, what they're thinking, what their thoughts are in terms of their phased approach to opening, and their thoughts about customers coming back. What are their concerns long-term, well, short and long-term with regard to their phase opening. So perhaps.
I won't dictate whether that's a survey or a conversation. That's between, I know our city manager is on it and she's working with the chamber. So I don't want to meddle too much in between that, but I see an opportunity for us to, get this going because we need it.
Melanie and Jennifer, I think we probably have a meeting coming up, can have that conversation about, and then they can, and I think a survey gives us a lot of information, whether it's, and the chamber has been really terrific with a lot of the things that they've done, and they have a Facebook page that has to do with COVID response and for small business. And I think there's a lot of information that can be garnered from that. Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I think we've got pretty good direction. I did want to ask about the letter to the governor. Is that something the council would like to see go out?
Absolutely. And I also
confirm that
we should also pass a resolution. So if we can put together a resolution for the June 2nd meeting, that would be great.
I'm happy to do that. Is it safe to say that the letter can go out sooner than that? Are you generally comfortable with the letter? Okay,
yes.
We'll make sure that happens. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Did you want something else, or do you want to put your hand down, Melanie?
Oh, I can put my hand down. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Staff has that. The next item is item number 5. And this is COVID-19 response to playground management update. And presenting this evening is Garrett, our Parks and Recreation and Facilities Director. Garrett.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. The city of Burnsville has 76 parks that offer a variety of passive and active recreational options to our visitors and our residents. Within those parks, we have 54 playground structures, which were the discussion topic of Roundtable at our Tuesday, April 14th council work session. During that discussion, City Council entertained a variety of thoughts, comments, opinions as it related to the management of those playgrounds. Next slide, please. At the conclusion of that meeting, staff was asked to bring playground management options back to council at this evening's work session. And it's worth noting that between April 14th and this evening, City Council established COVID-19 priorities and expectations that guide our response and our recovery. In that particular meeting, council prioritized the safety and health, quality of life with a balance that aligns with the health and business needs of our community. And further, council expects that our city will be adaptable, flexible, kind, empathetic, and consider the diversity of our community's perspectives and the needs, and will communicate all of this information well. So it's through that lens this evening that I've assembled this slide for your consideration. Next slide, please. Currently, if you visit one of our playgrounds, you will find the sign that's shown here on the slide. The sign was designed utilizing our Burnsville brand. First and foremost, to educate our park users that based on the information that we have available about COVID-19 virus, that virus could exist on a playground structure. And further, we wanted our visitors to know that we have great parks that, as I mentioned earlier, provide a variety of active and passive recreational opportunities that are beyond simply visiting a playground. Next slide, please. Over the course of the last 2 weeks, staff have spent time discussing this topic across our departments. We've had conversations with cities in Dakota County, with our market cities, and with cities around the state. And we also spend time researching what's being done around the nation. I would love to share this evening that through these efforts, we have a super solution that will satisfy all the perspectives of the playground management spectrum that exists out there. But unfortunately, I don't believe we're going to have that option in this grid tonight. Instead, what you're going to see are some known management practices that are being utilized in our state, around the country, and also a few that are just some creative and innovative ways to take a look at this. As you look through the grid, as I mentioned, we're looking at the lens of safety and health. It's a holistic approach to that particular category. First and foremost, there's the medical side of it, which takes a look at the existence of the virus itself, the importance of social distancing, et cetera. There's the physical benefit that playgrounds provide, that they stimulate physical activity, and that we know as a fact that it's been shared that being outside and physically active is a positive way of dealing with COVID-19 at this time. There's the mental aspect of our park systems. I've heard council members talk about the fact that our park systems are playing a major role in our ability to deal with the mental challenges related to stay at home and changes in our life as we work through this virus right now. And then there's also the social piece. Similar to the physical value, playgrounds are known to provide an important social development for children. From the quality of life category, this was really looking at the idea that having access to playgrounds in our community, we have so many of them because they're valuable and we consider them important. So if there's adjustment to that, that impacts the quality of life. And finally, there's the balance. I've heard our city council discuss both the importance of the diversity of the needs of our residents and also the importance of the liberty of our residents and the right to be educated and then make choices off of that. So as we work through these slides, this will be a list of, on this particular one, of options that are relatively inexpensive as it relates to either acquiring materials, as in most of these cases, new signs, and or the staff time necessary to go out and make any changes to a decision that may or may not be made this evening. So just real quickly, again, currently existing options out there would be the option just to remove signs altogether. There are cities that have chosen to close and or open without any signs at all. Obviously, from a spectrum standpoint, this from the medical side of safe and healthy, this doesn't really address. So if it's a 3, that means it's on the low end of being a way of addressing that particular category. So removing all signs doesn't educate, and therefore it's probably the most risky side of the safe and healthy from that perspective. Obviously, the physical, mental, social, quality of life, diverse needs of our community and liberties are all being met at the highest level if playgrounds are open from that standpoint. If we choose to open and re-sign with social distance and good hygiene, again, it doesn't change the fact that it's known that the virus could exist on a playground structure, but it does start to address the importance of the education and people being aware of it. And then again, nothing changes across the rest of the chart because playgrounds would be open. As we start to, we can certainly maintain our existing sign. Again, it's just a different spin on the more popular social distance and good hygiene signs. There'd be an opportunity to re-sign the playground with an amusement park type height stick. That idea came out of the fact that amusement parks will limit certain children to be able to experience a ride with the idea that they're not capable of handling the experience. And so if you think about younger children, there's been comments over time that younger children don't understand the importance of social distancing, or they're unable to keep their hands out of their mouth. an amusement type sign with a height stick would address the idea that one could have that situation taken care of by having a taller kid generally be more able to take care of their situation properly. And then the last one would be to close signs altogether. That would be, again, a different option that impacts all the other categories, but it does check the box the best from the medical experience. Next slide, please. As we look at this particular slide, again, these are much higher cost options, and they have a variety of change to the overall holistic approach of what you're seeing across the grid. Cleaning playgrounds would, that'd be a costly process. We'd have to try to determine if there's a company out there that would go around to our 54 playgrounds and clean them. How often would we have them go out and do it? And then at the end of the day, as soon as that playground is cleaned, the moment someone uses it, it could start having the virus present immediately after that. So from a medical standpoint, this option is better possibly than not cleaning them. But at the end of the day, there'd be a lot of work that would take place and you would still have the same medical concerns that exist if you choose not to clean the playgrounds at all. And then the last one, we did look into the idea that there are more and more people out in our parks than ever before. And there are businesses that have staff people in our community that maybe are not in their businesses. And so would they be interested in being out in our park system, kind of sharing the importance of social distancing and being an ambassador to our parks in exchange for the opportunity to promote their business in some way or another. We talked to some different businesses around the city and looked into that option, and it was not very well received. So trying to determine a volunteer system to come up with a way to have people there to talk about the importance of it would be extremely time consuming, and we may not really have volunteers to be at all 54 of our parks during the time when parks hours are open. So again, it's a concept, but it'd be a very challenging concept to implement. Next slide, please. So here is just a little picture of what we have going on in our in Dakota County right now. This has been changing on a daily basis. If you would have done this survey just a week ago, you certainly would have seen more playgrounds closed than open. And over the course of the last week, we continue to see different cities within Dakota County moving towards opening up their playgrounds. Just to point out, South St. Paul just opened theirs. They had a meeting similar to this last night and made a decision to open playgrounds. So I was unable to determine what their sign looks like, but the rest of them, as I mentioned, will range from no sign to some type of social distance and hygiene, to discouraging use, or at least referencing to the fact that there are other options within the park that people may want to consider other than playing on the playground at this time. Next slide, please. Similarly, if you look at our market cities, lots of the same types of options. Again, there's no super solution out there that anybody is doing that would take care of checking a box across the board as a one. And so it just is another example of what is going on and the fact that there are more cities currently open for their playgrounds than there are closed at this time. Next slide, please. With that, those are the ideas that we were able to assemble and just kind of some information about what's going on around us. I will stand for questions at this time.
Questions for Garrett? Don't all raise your hands at once. Vince.
I was gonna try to lower it before you called on me. Garrett, thank you.
Got it right up in front.
Thank you, Garrett, for very, very detail-oriented presentation. I don't have any specific questions necessarily as just a statement of where I guess my head is at with this, and I would be fine to stay the course. As we have now, discouraging the use of playgrounds while maintaining open signs. I don't know that the need to put in new signs with social distance and good hygiene is necessary at this point. I think a vast majority of the community is well aware of what's appropriate. If you wake up on any given day, you're going to hear about what's correct and what's incorrect. And so I don't see the need to go out and put in new signs. So I'm just going to throw my stance out first and say that I'm fine staying the course with the current signage that we have up right now.
Okay. Kara?
Thank you especially for that grid that you did based off of when council decided what are our values going forward on what our lens is going to be looking to see those values that we picked out and then to put that into a grid and have those check boxes and the ratings from 1 to 3. That was really good, really helpful, completely amazing, but everything that I would expect. And but one thing I want to ask you, either you or our city manager, is I don't think, so the reason why we have felt comfortable moving forward in the way that we have been and in doing the things that we've been able to do is because of our staff and because of the kinds of things that you guys are doing and have been doing. So could you let people know just to recap, some of the really imaginative, creative things that you guys have been doing and faced with, and the solutions that you've come up with, like, for example, like how you handled the pickleball courts. And I realize that we have some things that are coming forward later that are exciting that you may not be able to announce yet, but I do want residents to know that there are exciting things that you guys are coming up with. So if you do want to tease anything, you can. You don't have to. I don't want to put you on the spot. But I do want our residents to know some of the great things that you guys have been doing, because we did our mission state or our vision statement, and we talked about boldly leading, and we are, and some of the stuff that you guys are doing, I'm hearing other cities talk about now, and they're adopting. So I want you guys to be able to brag about what you've been doing.
Okay. If I don't see any council members, so I'm going to go. We have some attendees who wish to speak, and Megan, if you can ask Andrea to come in.
Sorry, Mayor. That was a question for either our city manager or for Mr. Bell.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Question.
Garrett, Melanie?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, council members, first of all, thank you for that. I'm blessed to be part of a group of leaders in our community we've been dedicated to doing research and brainstorming and spending time talking to each other and looking at what's going on all the way from China to New York to here to try to come up with solutions. And this is what's being asked of us, and it's what we expect of ourselves, and it's what our community needs right now. So we're constantly looking at ways to make sure that we're providing services to the best of our ability with the resources that we have, and that our facilities and spaces are as safe as possible. And so from our facilities team within our buildings to our park staff who are looking at ways to be creative, either in contracting or coming up with new recreation programming opportunities or adjusting rules or trying to work with our athletic associations to figure out if and when things are able to happen, how can we work with you to make those things happen? It's our holistic approach, as I mentioned, to all of this stuff, that we have to work with each other, both internally and in departments and with our community. But that's how we do things anyhow. So it's a little bit harder right now because there's so many things going on, but it's just how we do stuff. So thank you for recognizing that. And that's all I got.
Okay. Melanie, do you have any comments?
All right, make sure I unmute myself. No, Madam Mayor and Council, I think Garrett captured it very well. Councilmember Schultz, thanks for recognizing the work that staff does. We take our charge very seriously, and I think we've got a lot of fun, and we're very excited about some of the opportunities we have. We're not going to hit it out of the park every single time, but it won't be for lack of trying. So thanks so much. Happy to stand for any questions.
Okay. Then I am going to go to folks who are wanting to. So I have Andrea who wants to talk, and then Jeff Rodabach. He's going to call in. But Andrea, are you ready to come in? Megan, is she ready to come in?
Mayor, I have promoted her to the panelist level. So if she can unmute and turn on her camera, then she'll be available to talk.
Okay, and then we'll go to Jeff.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Did you turn on your video?
You can't see me, but you should be able to hear me.
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay, so thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. The council knows my position and that of at least 16 other Burnsville citizens who also follow the lead of Linda Kramer and a VA epidemiologist who spoke to the council, as well as many other residents. Our view is that public playgrounds, until we're clear of continuing issues with COVID-19, at least for the foreseeable future, should stay closed. But you've all moved on and with your own decisions on that. So my only agenda tonight is to address some troubling misinformation that's been given by the council members to residents, both in official discussions as well as on social media. So if you don't mind, I'd like to share that for the record, because I think if we're going to if you're making decisions on our behalf, particularly when it doesn't sound like citizens were actually consulted or heard anyway, let's say that, it's especially troubling to us to hear the misinformation being used to predicate those decisions, including misinformation that was repeated tonight by Garrett, quoting the council members' former quotes, and I'll get to that in a moment. So what I'll do is I'll start with misinformation that was communicated at the April 14th work session. This started with false claims by council member Dan Keeley. And by the way, I won't go over every single statement, but just a few kind of highlights. When he started speaking about Burnsville grocery stores, which he portrayed as unsanitary petri dishes, he said he hadn't heard news stories about the spread of the disease in grocery stores, about COVID-ID being spread in grocery stores. And it may be true that he hadn't heard that, but there's much data and information available, research as well as anecdotal, that shows that COVID-19's properties do make its presence at grocery stores, for that matter, any place, a significant risk for further spread. He went on to say that there's been virtually no precautionary steps taken. There was no masks being worn. There still isn't today. Hardly anyone wears rubber gloves at Burnsville grocery stores. I think that Burnsville grocery stores would beg to differ in a big way with that statement. It's simply not true. He may have been to a store once where he saw that, but nobody else seems to be seeing it. And the stores themselves are absolutely not agreeing with that. All of them to a store has outlined extensive precautionary steps both on their websites and at their retail locations. Nearly all include all or most of these. Online shopping with home delivery being a precaution, special hours for the elderly, the vulnerable, and healthcare workers as a precaution, shorter hours to provide more extra time for store sanitizing, protective shields at checkout counters, sanitizing of carts before and after use. Almost every one of the stores does that. Sanitizing wipes available for shoppers, monitoring the numbers of shoppers per cart, as well as the numbers of shoppers in the store per time and the ability to limit these. Mandatory masks and gloves for staff. Admittedly, that is the mandatory part of that is, I believe, somewhat new since the April 14th work session. Some of them were mandatory before, but almost all of them are now. Almost all of them are monitoring their staff health for signs of virus and being sure that they don't work at the grocery stores if they're ill. They're prohibiting reusable bags for sanitary reasons. They're providing visual cues, very clear visual cues for social distancing and related signage. They have restrictions on returned items, and most of them have closed delis and made limitations on their fresh food offerings, all as precautionary steps in Mr. Keeley's words. If there were a need for further evidence, and that would be fair enough if there was, these are just what the stores are saying. There's photographs at a number of the grocery stores' websites that show their staff in these various different ways of keeping their stores safe and sanitary. And I've spoken to a number of citizens, including my mother, all to a person has said that they have seen these measures at Burnsville grocery stores to a person. They've observed many of them, numerous of them, of these precautionary steps being taken, both by the stores and, though to a lesser extent, by the shoppers. It's fair enough that the shoppers may not be all following these guidelines, but it's certainly offensive and incorrect to say that the grocery stores are unsanitary petri dishes for COVID-19. Mr. Keeley also said, quote, "We deem grocery stores as essential, and then we deem everybody else not essential. It has really gotten ridiculous that we have this incubator, petri dish of experience at the grocery store, and that we treat everything else exactly the opposite." Here, Mr. Keeley's making a remarkably false equivalence. By connecting the life or death need for food, which generally requires grocery stores, with a desire for playgrounds, which is not a life or death need, he's being utterly misleading. Access to playgrounds is not essential to human survival, but access to food is. It's troubling to see Mr. Keeley make these gross stretches when you're making a decision as serious that impacts all citizens, not only children, as serious as COVID-19 does. Moving on from grocery stores, another thread of Mr. Keeley's argument had to do with COVID-19 and citizens of different ages. For example, he made the false claim that COVID-19 is rare in people under 50, when he said, if you look at all the charts, it's a problem only for 55 or 60 and 65 and up. Incidents are rare underneath age 50. Well, that is blatantly untrue. It was on April 14th, and it remains so now. All charts from all respected scientific sources, including the Minnesota Department of Health, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control, and the World Health Organization, and all others that I've been able to find, have been showing since at least late March that COVID-19 is not only not rare in people under 50, it often is higher in people under 50. For example, if you go to the Minnesota Department of Health website tonight, what you'll see as of today is that 60% of COVID-19 cases are in people under the age of 50, and 76% are under the age of 60. According to the CDC, in March, nearly 50% of all hospitalizations for COVID-19 were for people under the age of 54. Nearly 48% of COVID-19 ICU admissions were for people under the age of 65. And there's increasing evidence that ongoing serious effects in people under the age of 50 are emerging as more information becomes available. He also said that COVID-19 is, quote, not an issue for children, which is also troublingly false. As has been mentioned to the council before, there is no evidence showing that children are not carriers of COVID-19 who can't infect family members or others. In fact, they can, from all the evidence which suggests that they can. And they may also infect their own grandparents, many of whom serve as either part-time and sometimes full-time caregivers. In fact, in today's Senate hearing with the federal public health leaders, Dr. Anthony Fauci of the National Institutes of Health said, "We don't know everything about this virus, and we better be careful that we are not cavalier in thinking that children are completely immune from the deleterious effects. It would be a mistake to underestimate the effect that COVID-19 has on children, particularly in light of recent reports of children experience serious inflammatory syndrome." Moving on. As it relates to the availability of playgrounds to children in rental properties, and this is where Garrett tonight in his presentation, he cited and used as measurement criteria a false claim by council members saying that children of diverse racial backgrounds wouldn't have access to playgrounds because apartments and rental housing in Burnsville don't have playgrounds. Again, that's just wrong. And it's really troubling to have council members make claims so blatantly false to forward their agendas. Councilmember Dan Keeley said at the April 14th work session, "Think of all those that live in apartment complexes. Where do they have to go?" Councilmember Kara Schultz added, "People don't have their own outdoor space. They don't have a place that they can get out. They don't have a backyard." We made a public records request from Burnsville and got a response that indicates that there's 61 rental complexes in the city beyond 7 that are for adults or seniors only. Every one of them, all 61 rental complexes in the city of Burnsville, have on-site areas where residents and children can get outdoors. They have lawns and wide open areas. More than half of them have pools, and even more, including all but one of Burnsville's 34 apartment complexes, have specific play-only designated outdoor areas, including many playgrounds. Some have sport courts, and a few have indoor recreation rooms as well. How we go from that to Burnsville has the people in rental housing have no places to play or outdoor spaces is beyond me. Councilmember Schultz has repeated this misinformation on social media, including on the Burnsville Helps Facebook page. Beyond that, she made a claim that I don't know if it's factual or not, but I did ask her and she didn't respond, so I just want to bring it up here. She said that residents are, quote, adopting Burnsville parks and wiping them down, meaning wiping down playground equipment. She didn't respond when I asked her which parks have been adopted by residents who are cleaning the playground equipment. I couldn't find any such thing on the Burnsville City website. I couldn't find anything on an extensive Google search. So I don't know if that's true or not. The public data request has been made to the city, and I hope to hear back from Councilmember Schultz on where that information is. Finally, that's all I have in terms of some of the misleading and false things that council members have been saying. Again, I can't believe that I'm having to have this conversation. I thought that this was a problem at the federal level maybe, or with Congress people, but to have it at our city, a relatively easily understood data set, to have council members making claims that are blatantly false about Burnsville businesses, while they refuse to listen to Burnsville citizens, is deeply troubling. I'm happy to forward all my source citations for all of the information that I've shared tonight.
Thank you, Andrea, Ms. Grazzini, for coming in and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you so much. And now I will recognize Mr. Jeff Roderbach. Megan, I think Mr. Roderbach is calling in. Roderbach.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to speak. I'm on my phone. I don't have a camera set up, so I apologize for that. But as introduced, my name is Jeff Roderbach, and I just wanted to use this time to share my opinion on the subject of playgrounds. I sent an email, but I wanted to make a little bit more personal of a connection. I want to thank the council for what they've done over the past several weeks for preserving playground access and allowing families to make the individual decision of whether or not utilizing playgrounds in the cities is safe for their families. I'm not a healthcare professional, I'm a parent, but I try to stay well informed, and I think it's clear that we'll be dealing with the effects of COVID-19 for some time. And we need to find a way to move forward that effectively balances safety and sustainability. And I think playground access and allowing families to have the ability to choose whether or not to use them is both safe and sustainable. For parents of young children like me right now, as we try to help our children grow and develop, we've got home and we've got grocery stores or Home Depot, and we've got parks and playgrounds. And if we take away playgrounds, then we've got home and we've got grocery stores and Home Depot. And my son's already had plenty of those places already. We're renting a townhome and we've got a little bit of lawn, but we don't have any sort of playground or facility like that for him to grow and develop on. So we very much appreciate that families have been able to make this choice for themselves. I think that now that we know as much as we do about COVID-19 and we combine what we've always known about the importance of child development, I think allowing playgrounds to stay open was both a sensible and appropriate decision. I think families can be trusted to make that decision for themselves without the need of significant city intervention. And in closing, I just wanted to read the conclusion of an article that the American Academy of Pediatrics published. It's just a few sentences of a quote, but it says, "Play is a cherished part of childhood that offers children important developmental benefits and parents the opportunity to fully engage with their children. However, multiple forces are interacting to effectively reduce many children's ability to reap the benefits of play. As we strive to create the optimal developmental milieu for children, it remains imperative that play be included along with academic and social enrichment opportunities, and that safe environments be made available to all children." Close quote. So that was from the American Academy of Pediatrics, and it was published in 2007, but I think it's especially true today. I think as children have had many academic and social opportunities taken away, the importance of play has become even more important. So I wanted to thank the council for the actions that they've taken up to this point in allowing playgrounds to continue to stay open at the discretion of individual families. And I hope that as we strive to plot a safe and sustainable course moving forward, that we'll continue to have the ability to make that decision at the family level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for coming in and sharing your thoughts with us. Have a good night. Okay, Councilmember.
I'm sorry, you were spoken over the top of. I just didn't. Did you say my name?
Yes, yes,
Oh.
yes, yes. Your hand's up. Raise your hand.
He was talking when you said that. I couldn't make out what you said. Just a couple clarifications for cross-examination. I visit the Cub Foods in the heart of the city 3 to 5 times a week. Back in the first month, that about March 17th forward, in pursuit of toilet paper, I went in a few more times trying to catch a delivery in the store. I've since gone in 2 to 3, 4 times a week, and so does my wife. My cited facts of what precautions were being taken there were 100% accurate. It was not until about 2 to 2.5 weeks ago that they installed a one-way entrance and exit and put up plexiglass and tried to limit the number of people in the store and created their one-way aisles. Prior to that, none of that existed. I've told many people the story. In the first 30 days of this COVID, everything being shut down, it was just a bizarro world. Yet when I walked into Cub Foods, I was back to normal. It was like an alternative universe where everything was the same prior to COVID, and which was a respite from what seemed to be like a zombie movie when you drive down streets and everything being dark and closed. Ms. Grazzini pointed out that grocery stores, there has been some evidence that they're a source of spread. If that were really true, and there was a flare up of some employees in a spot, but that sort of flashed up and died, and it's not been in the news at all since. Grocery stores would have been closed down, and curbside service, which is very common now in grocery stores through all of these various app pickup, people could just shop from home and then drive up and pick it up. That order was never done because the problem never really existed. My reference to the mortality rate, not hospitalizations. You cited, Ms. That you were citing hospitalizations by age group. I was citing mortality rate risks. And if you look at all of the evidence, it has always been focused around protecting the most vulnerable, which is people who are 65 and up, and those with any pre-existing medical conditions that would with COVID could put them at a higher risk. So just a couple of factual corrections there for the record, but I know that Andrea is a great person. She's very compassionate. She's very passionate about what she does. She's a great asset to this community, and I appreciate her comments and the fact that she's paying attention and has a passionate voice in this whole debate. We don't always agree, but I appreciate good debate. I appreciate good comments, and good decisions come out of that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? We heard from Councilmember Vince Workman, and he says stay the course. Anyone else? And to just use the sign that we have. Garrett, can you put up that sign that we have up right now, which is educational, and it informs. And I agree that since the time we had this discussion, really identifying our goals and expectations helps us to understand where we're going, and to see Garrett's grid allows us to see this in the data points that he puts up.
Our existing sign is on slide 3, Madam Mayor.
No, I think it was, you opened with the sign that we have up right now.
Keep going back, please. There it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Play with care. Because a clarification is our parks have always been open. The last debate had to do with our play equipment, which we have 54 of. And this is the sign that we have up there. And what I'm hearing is stay the course. The sign is educational. The sign allows people to know that play equipment is not safe. So make sure that your children don't play on it. Okay, anybody else? Are you all okay, Kara?
Yes, stay the course. I agree, stay the course.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, Danji?
I agree to stay the course. I still have concerns about the kids. And things we didn't know last time we talked about this is kids actually do get this, and it does harm them.
Yeah.
And I have what's happening right now doesn't negate my concerns about that from what we knew then and what we know now. In fact, what I know now makes me even a little more worried about the kids and them spreading it. But I will admit that the park next door to me, I've talked to my neighbors, we all pay attention to that park, and there's less and less people playing on that all the time. But there's still kids playing on it, but not as much as we used to. But it is worrisome.
Yeah. I also agree to stay the course, but here's the thing that I have done is because I worry about the children playing on those structures, and I worry about them being transmitters if there is COVID germs on the play structure, and then they go home and infect. And a lot of our families that live in apartment buildings in our diverse community that we have, I have 2 or 3 generations living there. And so they can go home and infect grandma or grandpa. And then there's the hospital care and all of that if they're admitted. So what I have done is to work with our cultural liaisons from the school district and have them communicate to our different population and have them understand the high risk of the playgrounds. And so they're continuing to educate in that way. So stay the course, but I'm also going to make sure that our community has the information for them to understand the risks and for them to, because, you know, the children can play and do a lot of things. I live across from Nicollet Commons Park, and I see the young children playing, and there's no play equipment, but they're running around. They're playing with a bean bag of sorts. It looks like a bean bag of sorts, and tossing it about. So, you know, I see them really, and their parents being healthy and being physically active, and it also addresses their mental health. So staying the course, moving forward, I think is, with the sign that we have, is kind and compassionate and helping them to be informed and educated. Vince?
Oh, I'm not muted. I wanted to thank you for reaching out to our cultural liaisons and getting that information in their hands. I could probably be used as a case study with young kids at home. You know, we make our choices for us not to use the playground equipment. But there's other families that might do that and might do that responsibly and wipe them down, and that's their choice. And so I think in making this decision, we are maintaining care for our children in Burnsville, but we're also acknowledging that it's a parent's decision on how they would like their children to interact with that equipment if they so choose. Getting that information into our different diverse cultures in Burnsville was a very good thing, and I appreciate you doing that.
Welcome. Yeah, you know, we're one big family here in Burnsville, and we take care of one another. Whether we're taking care of one another with our businesses, we take care of our residents, and everybody belongs here, but they all need to have the information. Sometimes they don't have the information, and we need to make sure that they have the information so that they can make decisions, responsible decisions. So what I'm hearing then, and for staff, is to stay the course. And we'll continue to monitor things as we go along. I also reached out to the hospital because I wanted to make sure, in talking to our diverse community here in Burnsville, is what that unintended consequences might be for them and the cost of medical care. Going through the emergency room and what that cost would be, and what is that cost if they're in an ICU bed and a ventilator and so forth. So they might recover from COVID, but then they have this huge expense, especially if they don't have Medicare or Medicaid, if this has to do with grandparents. So also helping them to understand their insurance coverage. So it's about helping them to have the information so that they can make good decisions. So I'm hearing everybody says stay the course. Okay. Kara, stay the course. Okay. Dan G, yeah, Dan, Vince, yeah, he did. Dan K.
Yes, I think we did this already. Yes.
No, well, you know, just making sure. Okay. Now we are. So I want to make sure that everybody understands something. If you don't remember, in Burnsville, we have a mandatory adjournment. It's 11:30. And I just checked to make sure because
We'll make it.
Yeah, okay, we better. Because
minute break.
realize all of you, since we put that in place, this is probably only the second or third time that we're at 10:17. Okay.
And it's been with this council.
Yeah, this council, not with other councils, this council. Okay, we're at roundtable items and consider allowing restaurants, retailers to use parking lot for outdoor seating and display. Who, I think Melanie.
Yes, next.
Yeah, okay, thank you, because I
We
was.
took care of that.
Well, it's already taken care of.
We are fast in response to helping our business community
Yeah.
deal with the business challenges
Melanie
today.
and I had this conversation 2 or 3 weeks ago when Med Cruz decided to have their barbecue and outdoors and everything, but it was drive-by pickup and everything, and it worked very slick. Okay, next one. Discussion on COVID recovery reopening city facilities. Is that you, Melanie?
That is Member Keeley, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Okay.
I had talked to Melanie about City Manager Lee, sorry, about just getting a grip on what the plans are and discussions that staff had maybe had about when are we going to reopen City Hall as we push to and encourage the governor to open up our businesses. We can apply that same push to ourselves when is it going to be okay to open? Now, this is all kinds of different facilities, right? We have City Hall itself, where I know Vadnais Heights has held 2 meetings. They're back in their chamber room with social distancing and no one in the audience. And I'm not suggesting it's time for us to do that, but I think at some point we do need to consider that. Other facilities within City Hall, potentially when we get to recreation playground, I think we need to talk about reopening the skate park. I think it's time to reopen it, post it. To me, it's maybe less of an issue than playground equipment because it's a big, huge area that kids are skateboarding, and there's not really. I mean, there's surfaces that multiple are touching, but that's everywhere. The grocery store has thousands of surfaces that gets touched quite a bit. So because they don't have a rule, if you touch it, you have to buy it, right? And so I think, you know, it's very clear that, you know, the whole reason that the shutdown was put in place was to flatten the curve and, you know, preserve our PPE, buy some time for ventilators, et cetera. And that has passed as we have seen this essentially plateau with even some incremental. It's not spiking, put it that way. So mission accomplished. Everything we do entails a certain amount of risk. We've already had that debate with playground equipment, and it requires some personal responsibility and personal accountability. Even on CDC's website, it's saying, you know, recommended. They're not demanding, They're not mandating, they're saying recommended. And so no matter what we do, there's risk. And I think actually keeping things the way it is with business closures, there's a lot of risk there too. So I'd like to suggest that number one, we reopen the skate park. And number two, I'd like to talk about City Hall and also talk about the ball fields. And I know that Mr. Detlefsen is tuning in. He's been waiting patiently since 5:30. So he's thinking, oh my goodness, I had no idea I have to wait 5 hours before the council would bring this item up for discussion. But we have our ball fields, we have our sporting clubs that are all clamoring to work. They're working with the governor's office, and Melanie, City Manager Lee, I apologize, has sent around some information. You know, they're working together, but I want to make sure that we're pushing this along, because I think their plan that I read for how they would conduct themselves on these ball fields is the same type of social distancing and protection that is, you know, being applied in all these businesses. So we have the fields, we have City Hall, and we have the skate park. Of those three right off the top of my head. So I'd like to talk about maybe getting some sort of timeline for opening and some dialogue. And skate park, I'd like to see opened up as soon as possible.
So Dan, can I suggest that we have Melanie and our EOC team come back with a phased reopening on all of these, all of our facilities?
All right, City Manager Lee, are you in a position to be able to provide a timeline for when these facilities could reopen, or is it too early to ask something of that?
Melanie?
Yes. Madam Mayor and Council, we are in that process right now. So we have a team working on recovery. It covers a number of things, right? It covers City Hall, not only for the public, but for our staff, making sure that we've got the right things in place. A core question that I have is what isn't getting done that, you know, reopening would facilitate it getting done. And certainly some of our parks or our playground, ball fields and those kind of facilities are certainly, there's a push to get those reopened. But I do have a team that's working on it. I have a meeting, I think it's tomorrow morning, actually, with some of our leadership team to walk me through some of the facility reopening. So we are working on that. I had set a timeline for our team to work on that through the month of May with the intent of coming back to the council with some options to consider.
Yeah, and I
When
would
is that, I apologize, when is that coming back? Or do you have a time yet?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Keeley, I had anticipated that we would do our work in May and be able to come back to the council in June.
I'd like to see a few things open up before June, and I think the ball fields those folks need an answer before then. It's the 12th. That's reasonable amount of time, but you have a lot of things going on. My point is, I don't think the ball field folks can wait till June 1st. I think they're planning on getting out there on June 1st in hopes that they can. Now, obviously, there's some state level influence on that decision that they're working on. But I know that the American Legion, I believe, ended up pulling the plug on their year. I saw on the TV news, which is disappointing. And I think part of it is the uncertainty of when they'll be able to get out on the fields and conduct play, et cetera. And then City Hall, when are we going to be back in council chambers? When are we going to open up rooms, et cetera? So I think City Hall, I'm comfortable if that waits till June 1st. I'd like to see a skate park move forward, and I think our ball fields have to get an answer before June 1st, if possible.
Okay. Are you comfortable with allowing our city manager and the leadership team to do their work, and then in one of Melanie's
updates,
weekly updates, she can tell us what that phased program is?
Yes, if that's going to be before the 1st of June, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, well, she's meeting with them tomorrow.
Madam Mayor and Council, with regards to reopening ball fields, we have been doing maintenance, space maintenance for that. And I know that our facilities and team has been working on how we could be able to, should the order be allowed for teams to use those facilities, we would be able to pivot quickly and allow for that. When I say June 1st, I'm thinking about some of the operations with regards to City Hall, opening it up for the public. I want to make sure that we've got some components in place. But as far as working with our associations, we do have staff that has been engaged with our local associations and prepared to move that forward as efficiently as we can. So I don't think that needs to wait until June 1st if the if the governor's order is amended prior to that.
Yeah. And the other thing is that we did approve the agreement with the referees so that agreement was approved. We approved that in one of our meetings. So, and if you're okay, let's allow Melanie and our leadership team to bring back the phased reopening on all of the other, on the facilities. Is that okay? Because let them do their work. Are you guys all okay with that? Kara? Okay. Vince?
Yes.
Dan G? Okay. Dan K, you're okay. All right. Good. We'll move on. Burnsville High School recognition. Kara, I think that's yours. And Teresa and her group have been working on it. And I don't know, Melanie could probably give us an update on the digital and billboard pictures of the students because they've been working on all of that. Kara.
Yeah, and actually, I'm fine if Melanie gives just a quick recap. I know in our one-on-ones, she was able to give me a recap, but and then after she gives the recap, then I can go forward.
Okay, Melanie.
Sure, Madam Mayor and Council, thank you. Our communication staff has been in touch with the school district's communication staff to see how we can support our graduates this year. There were some thoughts on how we can use our digital billboards. We have some logistical issues with the ones that are on the highway as far as how much control or lack of control, I'll say, we have over those. But what we have worked with the school district on is working with our other digital boards and having some generalized signage recognizing our graduates. We're looking at getting some banners, perhaps if time permits, to put on Nicollet by 42. And then there's some more personalized elements that I've been asked to look into. So we're seeing what we can get pulled together. That's where we stand at this point. And I know the school district is pulling together some other details, but that's our partnership thus far.
Kara?
Yeah, mute, there we go. Okay, so what I'm hoping is that we can have a way to acknowledge our high school graduates. I do hope that we can do so in an individual rather than just a grouped together manner. So, you know, that's something that I hope to do, that at the very least that we could maybe list their names on a scrolling sign, that kind of thing. I've seen what other towns are able to do. However, those are smaller towns with not the, you know, we're blessed with a lot of graduates. I'll put it that way.
Like 700 of them.
Yeah, there's 700
so
graduates this year.
Yeah, and so they were printing, you know, signs and banners and different things like that. And, you know, I don't believe that that is something we can do, especially not at this point. But I would like to see some individual acknowledgement of our graduates. And I've seen some of them on social media talking about what a sad time it is. And some of them got their cap and gown and they were very distraught. You know, feeling like there's not, we don't have a lot of coming of age rituals in our culture. That's really the big one where we bring these people into our community as budding adults. And, that's something that's not happening for them, that community acknowledgement of them as an individual joining the ranks of adulthood. So I really would like for us to find a way to do that, to find some way to acknowledge each of these individuals, crossing this threshold, this really important threshold in their life.
Okay, one of the things is that I've been talking with Superintendent Teresa Battle, and because I agree with you with regard to our students and how they should be recognized. She was in the same frame of mind and also how we do that. But she is working with her team, with the high school principal and the leadership there, and the senior council. So the students are very much a part of the process that they're going through. But I want you all to know that we, our Lions, not the Lions, our Burnsville Beyond the Yellow Ribbon, like we do every year, is recognize our students that are going into the military. And we're going to do that. And one of the things that I hope that we can do is to recognize those students. We were hoping that we'll recognize them at a council meeting. But with what we're going through right now, I don't think we'll be able to do that. So we're still talking about how to recognize our military students. So we have quite a few, and it would be great to recognize those students also, like we've always done. So I think we'll continue with that and find out what the school district is doing. And perhaps Melanie, you and I can, when we meet with Teresa, or else we can have a conversation with her and see where they're at, if she can give us a full report on what the outcome is that they're doing. Okay.
Madam Mayor and Council, I'd be happy to reach out to the superintendent.
Yeah, I think that would be great. Okay, the next one is outdoor art at the Ames Center. Kara?
Okay, and that is also me. So we're looking at the Ames Center and the importance of the Ames Center in our community. One of the things that the Ames Center does provide is art gallery space. And so we're starting to explore how, are there ways that we can continue forward? And one way that we could look at is looking at what cities have done in the past, maybe not for this particular reason, but something that could be adapted. And it could be something in conjunction with the Ames Center, or it could be not with the Ames Center. That's fine. But what other cities have done, and they've done so periodically, and it's been very well received, is they have art that's meant to be displayed outside. Whether it is art that is of a very temporary nature, or whether it is art that is more permanent. And some of the ways that they have displayed it is either they have had it in stations in their park, which is something we could look at. But I also had an idea that our trails are exceptionally popular. People are walking on our trails like crazy. What if the art was displayed on the trails, and it was art that was fine to be out in the elements? In fact, that was part of the art. So normally artists are solicited to display in the gallery, and it's, a theme, or it's, a type of art, or that type of thing. So why would you not do a call for artists, but have it be this parameter? And whether it is normally they would paint, but they could have that artwork put onto a piece of metal, instead of canvas. You can print things on metal and then it's, it's very durable. Or I have seen artists who create just fantastical creations out of, weaving branches and making almost these, animals and structures and different things like that. And it's meant to weather. It's meant to be outside and exposed. So I'm trying to find ways that we can continue on with our arts experience in Burnsville, whether we're working with Ames Center, whether it would be in a park, or whether this would be art that could be displayed on our trails. Understanding, of course, all of the things that come along with artwork being displayed outside, which means you're exposed to the elements. Someone might spray paint it. There's all of those types of things, but, time and time again, cities have done these art displays outside. They've done them on trails, trails that go through woods, different things like that. So that is something I would like, I wanted to bring in front of council to see, is this something that we should take a closer look at or have staff take a closer look at? It's not something that I want to bring on board as something that's going to create a lot of added expense. That's not something I want to do. But I am looking for ideas on how we can keep the culture of our city moving forward. Parks are real core to our identity. Our trails are real core to our identity, but our art scene is also really core to the identity of Burnsville, and I don't want that lost. We're kind of on a salvage mission right now. We're trying to save everything we can and adapt it. So this is just another suggestion on that.
Great suggestion. The thing is, it's who's going to do that work, because it's a lot of outreach to artists. And then I don't know whether that's something that can be done this year, but it's a great.
I elect Dan Gustafson to do it.
Yeah. So, but it's art is important to our community, and that's why we have public art, and we have the Ames Center and all of that, because it is one of the great assets that we have here in Burnsville. The thing is, it's a lot of work, and right now we've heard from staff all the things that they have to do with regard, because it'll fall, Melanie, I would suppose, in Garrett's domain, if you're doing something of that sort. Yeah, and here we are, summer is almost here. Pretty soon it'll be summer, and then yeah, it's great. How do we do that? And Dan G, you have worked with art and all that jazz, and you know how difficult it is to even get artists to display.
It is. I will say that we've been working with Raquel over at the Burnsville Art Society.
Yeah.
And they were.
It's all indoor art.
Yeah, they're trying to put a bunch of things together for this year's festival. It wouldn't hurt to probably reach out to her and see if she'd be interested in getting engaged with something like that.
Yeah, because they
in the Ames Center itself, I'm not sure if he'll have the staff to do anything like that for a while.
No. But also the Burnsville Society for the Arts is a volunteer group.
Yes.
But they have, and they're mostly all not outdoor artists. They have sculptors. So, but
if you go into our parks now, you can find little painted rocks everywhere. Somebody is decorating our parks right now with rocks.
Yes. So I think it's something that can be explored, but I don't know. Melanie is sitting there thinking, oh my God.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah, Vince.
I don't know that this needs to be an implemented staff program, but we could allow it to happen organically. And I don't think you need a permit to put up public art. And it could be something as simple as a social media post, just promoting the concept and saying, hey, go liven up your parks and do what you will. I don't think people will take advantage of that. And then if we have art networks that Dan knows about, if we want to reach out to them and say, hey, this is a thing we're gonna, try out and go put some stuff out and see how it goes. It could be something as simple as that and just allow it to happen organically, kind of like the painted rocks.
Yeah, but I think we also need to make sure that our staff and our attorney need to take a look at liability issues also.
No chainsaws, knives, sharp spoons.
Yeah. So, okay, well, are you going to be posting?
I can. I kind of stopped posting for a while.
But first clear it with Melanie and Joel.
Well, I mean, it's not my idea, so, but I will. I'll support it.
Yeah.
I think
what I'm looking for is, do we want to explore this further? I'm not saying that we have to say yes or no tonight because this is on roundtable.
Okay.
This is this an idea that we could explore further to see, are there areas where it makes sense or doesn't make sense? And then do we want to go forward from there, or is it a no-go? So that's really the direction I'm looking for, and also looking for guidance from staff. But I don't want to put them on the spot to answer tonight. I want them to be able to look at it, but and it's okay if they look at it and say, this is our parameters, and this is this is what we could do, but we can't do past that because of X, Y, and Z. That's totally fine, and they do that all the time, so I'm happy with that.
Okay. All right. So there's something for us to consider. All right, we're going to move on.
I think Dan had his hand up.
Just when you thought you were out of the woods.
I heard that sigh. Oh, jeez. We're almost to Keely's. We're almost to Keely's advisory commission reports.
Okay,
I'm willing to go forward. Looking more at this, Kara. I'm
Dan,
looking forward to look at this. I think it'd be good for us.
Dan, G.
Yes, I'm right here.
Yeah.
I was just saying, I'm willing to kind of keep exploring this. As many of you know, I'm working with some other folks on some other outdoor activities for our city this summer, as well as if we're allowed to do them. So I think getting people out in the parks and in our areas to do things is probably a good thing for us to do this year.
Okay, well, it's good. So council members will be exploring Melanie and Joel, because I think you're going to have to take a look at what this means when people bring their personal art and place it in a park, and for how long and so forth.
Well, they can stand next to the art.
Yeah. Yeah, Madam Mayor and Council, this is certainly an exciting idea. I've worked with a couple different projects similar with outdoor art, and so I know how it can happen. Just I want to come back to my team and kind of get a sense. We're a little stretched right now with this whole COVID business, and I know you all understand that. And as we move into recovery, how do we keep the fundamental fabric of the community so alive and keep that engagement, keep that investment, but ask you to show a little patience and grace as we work through this, but know that I think it's an interesting idea for us to pursue, and we'll come back to the council with some parameters.
Yeah, very good. So council members are going to do some exploration about artists who do outdoor art, and staff is going to come back with parameters to understand what can be done. Okay. All right. We're moving on to, we're at 10:45, reports.
I have nothing.
You're going to go first, Councilmember Keely?
I have nothing.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I dare anybody to have anything right now.
Dan G.
Well, I have two things.
Oh,
Yeah, no, DVB tomorrow. But I did want to announce that at the CVB, we expanded the board. We're up to 11 now, and three people joined our board this month. Skip Nienhaus, you heard last night at the interviews. Joel Carey has joined the CVB, and Doran Jensen is back on the CVB.
Okay,
Be
great.
happy to have them all there.
Okay. Vince,
3 good people.
I have nothing. I haven't heard anything about fire muster in about a month,
okay.
but we might
Kara,
have something by next month.
okay. Kara,
You know, I don't have anything. I probably will then. I will the next time because my things meet. So.
okay. Yeah. I don't have anything either. And Melanie, you and our MLC hasn't met. We meet for COVID on a weekly basis, but we haven't had a board meeting. We already reported on our Savage meeting. So I don't have anything. Okay, with that,
Greg,
Melanie,
do you have anything to say?
Pardon me?
Does Greg have anything to add? He's been quiet all night.
I have nothing to add, Councilmember
Yeah.
Burke.
I just wanted to make sure I heard your voice before the day was over.
Michelle?
Nothing, Madam Mayor.
Okay, very good. Okay, and with that, we stand adjourned by acclamation. Thank you, everyone. It was a great night. Got lots of work done.
Got a ton of work done. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief. You hung in there. You and Greg just hung in there. So thank you and good night.